Gotta finish setting up. I'll be on shortly.
Well, hello. Sorry it took me a while. Basic Sunday morning. It's chaotic. Forget what I'm doing. Get up here, set it all up. Then I realize, I didn't even bring any coffee. We're no way to doing this without the power of caffeine. And hey there, Real Zamir. Hope you're doing well. Now let's see. Why is this looping? There we go. Ooh. 20 stream streak. Hey there, Realia. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the 20 stream streak. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Good music for celebrating those streaks, eh? All right then. So. Looks like things are getting set up. Okay, and I'll just open up that one in the background as well. There we go. So, as usual, now we'll probably do it. We skipped it last week. But today we're doing some Trijamming. The game jam that happens every week, every weekend. The Trijam. 3 hours to make a game. And what is the theme we have for this week? It's questionable choices. You know, I did check that out yesterday already. Hey there, Invisible G. Hope you're doing well. So, questionable choices, eh? I already looked at it yesterday. I'm just like trying to like come up with like anything. It seems like the kind of game idea I could maybe make happen in 3 hours. First of all, this guy needs to be plugged in somehow. Can I reach the machine? This up here. Yeah, we'll make it work. Hello. What I instantly get inspired by open source because it's a cool game. It's a fun one. Do fun things. Game and design wise. Shower instead of my brain is damaged by that game. Yeah, it is a really fun one, isn't it? I'm just really looking forward to the next big update. But I've been like putting off them playing other games because of that one. So now almost we'll be on a little bit of a break. Tomorrow we start adventures in a brand new space, literally, with stationeers. But today it'll be Trijamming and then some casual storing. We're gonna see if those pigs are still alive. And I can't start drawing yet. So questionable choices. We go to Rita, we click behind the new image. Great. Perfect. Paint layer 1. Straw. No, there we go. Bright chartreuse. That's our color of choice. So, theme is questionable choices. So what kind of game can we come up with that has to do with, choices and making those choices questionable? And the more I thought about that one, it was hard to come up with ideas that would work for games that are, realistic to get kind of done in just 3 hours. And finally, this morning, as I was walking my dogs, I realized that, what? How about we just simplify it? So what's a game about? Choices. And I thought, well, here's a game idea I haven't really done. How about like a memory-based one? It's just one of those, find pairs. You have that one's. Don't look at it. So we have a set of cards that have, symbols, whatever. On a grid, player clicks a card, it flips. They click another card, that one flips. And that way you try to find the pairs. And there be for Steel. Nice seeing you around. Hope you're doing well. Using this basic concept, now we have, choices. Find the pairs. What? Close enough. There. how to make that questionable? Well, of course, we can have things. Oh, hands. Shit. Well, the idea was how to make you that into a questionable choice is, well, you could make that, questionable artwork. But if we're being more realistic, how would we add a little twist to the game? Well, I was thinking we could have, when you flip over a card, when the game sort of like compares them, what if you like expands the cards a little so it obscures the cards beneath you a little bit, so you might not always notice that and of course we're not doing this completely like secretly, but the cards move around. Or maybe there's just a timer that makes them like flip. Every now and then, 2 cards change places. And it is like visually clear that they are changing places. And that adds to the difficulty. Why it's a questionable choice? Like, whoa, are you sure it's still there? The pair you just saw. We could need to add a second layer of confusion here. Like, what if the backs of the cards are also paired? See, there's like 2 blue cards, 2 green cards, 2 red cards, that kind of stuff. But the images on the other side, they're not paired by like, oh, they might be. RNG happens. But that way you remember, okay, one of them was a red one. But which one? And they moved around a little bit. So like, oh, damn. Which one is the correct one? I think that's a interesting enough idea. It's something I've never done before. I'm not entirely certain how to do that because it's like a proper board game kind of stuff. So we'll have to have a part of the game that is like running the game itself, like the board. The cards will be entities that only know of their own value. And then there's the sort of game handler that then compares like, well, are these 2 cards the same? Yes, no. And in the core concept is just your classic, find the pairs kind of game, and then we just we add confusion. So we can have the backgrounds be paired. Backgrounds be the card backs. So we'll say especially the card backs. Are separately paired. The cards move around. So we'll add that then. And we could add that the cards themselves have a background. So you have your core image of, say, like geometric shape. Let's just start with basic geometric shapes, and that way we don't have to worry about art for now. But what if then the background of the cards themselves also change, and then they can shift around? So you can have one that has, say, a triangle, another card that has a triangle, but they're also based on a little background art that is also a little different, so it might not be immediately clear that it's in fact a triangle, because the idea is here that is making it a questionable choice of, are you sure this is your card? Now, messing with the background, though, might be a bit too much. But it's something we could consider. Or, it's... we have 2 triangles. One of them is green, one of them is red. And then it's like, well, the instructions for the level is, well, pair by geometry. You find the triangles. All right, cool. Oh, well, these pair of triangles, this count. And then there's another level that we pair by color. So you have a green triangle and a green circle, and that is now a pair because they're both the green ones. You flick the colors a moment after revealing the card. Don't even know that's possible. Yeah. And we could come up with all kinds of ideas. And I'm thinking of just like, what kind of mechanisms I could put in that could be fun, and also could be fun for me to do, and of how to add a sort of questionable nature to a very classic, simple game of pair up the cards. And here's a question though, should it be like there's a large amount of cards and there's a small amount of pairs, or that you have to like clear the table as you traditionally do, but you only have you can only fail, say, 3 times. Or is there a timer? Like, how many moves did it take for you to clear the table? So what is the like victory condition? What is the fail condition? Is there a fail condition, or is it just, you know, the victory condition is like you scored on how many moves it took for you to get it settled? I think that would make the most sense. Yeah, we would score by amount of moves. There is no real fail state. You know, you're never like truly punished, but it's just meant to be more confusing. Hot coffee. Mustache not behaving. It's starting to have like some hair and hair trying to crawl into my mouth. Very annoying. I think we have a core concept here. We'll make a new layer to write down some of these ideas. So like, what are the... So the goal is to no, not table. Clear the table. All right. You're scored by number of moves. Your fail state is none, so we don't need to worry about that one. So we'll do a system for like remembering a high score. Nah, we'll say like how well did you do last time, or you know, how well did you score this time around. We'll have to have a pause menu. Question mark. But we do need retry slash refresh button. We need to visually see the number of moves. Because if we want the scored amount of moves taken to matter for the player, well, the player would need to know how many moves they've taken so far, and you know, no one wants to keep that kind of memory, that kind of fact inside their head. So we'll just have a little counter for how many moves you've taken so far, and then you'll know what your score was, and you can try to beat it. We can even have, you know, a previous high score. Yes, so we will remember, you know, best so far. Previous high score. We don't need to pause menu. It's all turn-based. We'll find some music. We'll use geometric shapes for now. We'll use colors for the background to the cards. And the cards will shift around. It'd be fun if we had like little characters, because it could even be like the cards themselves, but no. I was thinking, like, would it be funny if like the cards wouldn't move around as much, and we see like whatever contents of the cards run around, you know, which sort of like which card they're sort of hiding inside. But the problem is, if you have that, then you see what's running around. You're like, so he's there somewhere around there. We don't want to give that information sort of, you know, freely. The player has to take the move to earn that information. and your theoretical absolute best high score is you just got lucky. Every time you clicked, you got a pair. So that'll be number of cards divided by 2. Which should be completely unachievable unless, RNG happens. And we can have it so that when you choose your first card, and then you go to choose your second card, it is at that point when some of the cards shuffle. Which might cause you some stress and confusion. Holy butt nugget today, goddamn Raggy. How you doing, Raggy? Well, come on in, Raiders. Hope you had a good time. How was the Mass Effect? The son of shito. Ragspin, son of shito. Ragspin. Hey there, it's Dibs. Hello there, Block of the Curator. Hope you're doing well. Hello there, Gelby. Okay, that's a bit rough. Sure. I'm just coming in here, freaking hashtag Gelding. No more sons for you, eh? Not you as well, it's Dibs, not you as well. Oh, the horror. You gotta do it. Rolling the fuck in. Nice there, Blocky. And welcome in, Raiders. Hi. Those who don't know me, I'm Hanno, son of Hanno. I'm a variety streamer and, as you can see now, occasionally an extremely amateur game developer. You see, on the weekends, there's this wonderful game jam that happens called the Trijam. It happens every weekend, and you have 3 hours to make a game. And as an amateur, I make really shitty games. Oh, by the way, you should click the button. There we go. Join jam. Now we're officially part of the jamming. So the theme is questionable choices. And I'm working Godot. Currently, we're just using Krita to just come up with ideas. And I'm explaining the idea I had when this morning when I was walking the dogs. Spin off Hanwin. Hanwin on in. Hey there, Asikosa. Nice to see you around, friend. Gelding. Oh, I tried to do the Son of Shit on KOTOR 2 stream, but it's a 20-year-old game and I didn't feel like fighting with it. Ooh, yeah, that can be a little stressful. I remember playing them I was about to say not too long ago, but it's been years. I guess with the right emulators, it should work just fine. But I guess it would also, for streaming purposes and so on, yeah. It does might require a little prep work to make sure it all actually runs. Finding the software part is always painful. Very true. Yeah, trying to get the mods and stuff. Not very stable. Well, mods do tend to do that, don't they? So what do you do? Oh, you're probably using mods for graphical updates and such. Possible glitch fixes. Yeah. Fighting with mods. Always a challenge. Always a challenge. Just play vanilla originals. You guys wanted the Knights of the Old Republic, you get it. Exactly as it was. No polishing. No nonsense. And KOTOR 2 has cut content. Oh, I didn't know that. It's a fun one, though. I'm getting the bugs. Bugs and all. Shitty graphics. Oh, that's the good stuff. The way it was meant to be. Yeah, they rushed it. Left a lot out. Well, that's what happens. Management says, we're publishing now. Devil said, it ain't ready yet. Manager said, I don't give a shit. You're publishing it now. We know. We got deadlines to meet. We've already sold it to a lot of people. And now you need to, fulfill my promises. You deal with it. I'm out. I'm going golfing. Classic management pranks, as they're saying. FBC Firebreak. Yeah, you were talking about that one, weren't you? So Firebreak, that does sound like that's a game about fighting wildfires by setting shit on fire. Publisher needs their quarterly profits. Exactly. It's always them, the unmentionables, the other people, the shareholders. I feel like some kind of mythical entity at times, because if you talk to people who own shares and they're like, so, are you of the opinion that we should, we should fund insurgencies and, lobby against human rights. Shareholder says, God, no. That's horrifying. Then you ask the company, why are you doing these things? And they say, well, shareholders need their profits. They demand these things. It's like, no individual person usually demands that, except, of course, the Nestle CEO. But, they're an evil megacorp. It's like 3 sticklers at the meetings that yell about it. Exactly. The loud minority. They rule the world currently. It's a terrifying thing. Loud minority. Everyone else wants to just get the job done. Loud minority is like, no, we do it my way or no way. Try to be efficient. I'm gonna piss in your pants. If he doesn't shit in your pants, you don't know how it got there. It'll happen. Unless we do it my way. Designed by community. I'm gonna shit in your pants. Exactly, yes, just pants. Just the one, not both pants. Not the actual pants. So it's plural, but just one pant. And you'll be up at night, sweating, trying to figure out, well, then what is a pant? What happens if someone shits in just one pant? Where does it go? Oh, BRB, gonna crawl in bed? Yep. Well, thank you for the raid again, Raggy. I really do appreciate it. And I hope you have a wonderful night and get some good rest. Rest is important. Why plural for one object? Or is there some secret knowledge we're not meant to know? And yeah, so what I'm actually supposed to be doing is, of course, getting ready for the game jam. And you're supposed to have 3 hours for just debbing the game, pretty much. You can have as much time as you want for, developing. We're going to find some musical assets from somewhere, or we're going to use something we've already downloaded previously. I'd go with that. It'll save us some time. So I was thinking, for questionable choices, try to come up with a game concept that I can actually make in 3 hours. I decided, and also preferably something I have done before, I decided, well, let's do a classic card game where you have to just flip over cards and find the pairs. Seems simple enough. I've never done anything like this. I also realized, because the sort of inspiration struck while I was walking the dogs this morning. Before that, I was really struggling with the theme and trying to come up with an idea that would make sense, and that would be something I can actually make in 3 hours with my very limited skills. And I thought, well, so we have to find the pairs, and then we have to make it questionable without just adding questionable content. And I decided that, well, how about that, but the cards move around every now and then. So we'd add more confusion, and that's the questionable choices, because are you sure that's your card? Are you sure that's what you want to do? So I was then trying to come up with, okay, so how do we add more confusion? One would be that I personally sort of like the idea of it, because we could visually see cards change places. And that would happen between every time you click on a card, two cards exchange places. That's a very simple sort of mechanic. I can make that work. I know the components in Godot to use to make that work. And it would add just a new level of chaos and confusion to the game. We can have the card backs, either they all look the same, which would work well with the whole switching around, or we could add its own little stress, or maybe also help that they're also sort of paired, but not paired with the pictures, but there might be 2 red cards, 2 blue cards, 2 green cards, and so on. And you're not sure, okay, one of them is a red one, the one you're looking for. Which one? Because they've been moving around a little bit. And it could be a good idea to have the player have a slightly better chance of actually finding the card than just full randomness. The cards move around, the backs are separately paired, and then I was just sketching down some of these ideas. So what is the goal of the game? It's to pair everything and clear the table. How is the player scored? Well, how about we just score by the number of moves it takes to clear the table? What is the failure state? There is none. The failure state is you stop playing. Do we need a pause menu? Not really. It's a turn-based game. We'll just put a retry/refresh button somewhere. We could have a pause menu, but that would just for that one button. So might as well have the button just somewhere. And the number of moves, seeing as that is, if you finish the game, you want to try again. You want to beat your previous high score. So the number of moves should be visually represented somewhere on screen, so we see that one. And then especially if you want to play multiple rounds and want to try beating that previous high score, so we have the previous high score up there as well. We're not storing any game information, so if you quit and restart, it just resets. There is no pre-existing high score. The theoretical impossible highest score is, of course, number of cards divided by 2. Assuming that every time you click 2 cards, it happens to be a pair. It can happen. It's immensely unlikely. It will practically never happen, but in fact, just the rules of randomness and so on, it can. There's nothing really stopping it. Apart from likelihood. Spoon away and enjoy some more caffeine. And I would like to have some, art on the cards and so on. That will be a maybe. Because, art takes time. I've learned this many a times the hard way. I'm like, I'll just sketch something quickly, and then I just get lost in the sauce. I'm like, nibbling on some, sketching on details and burning through time. So I think we're going to focus on using just geometric shapes. Even there, we can add another layer of confusion, because the game might ask you to, pair everything by color, or pair everything by shape. So we'll have 2 triangles, one of them green, one of them red. That's a pair. And the next game, pair everything by color. Well, now it has one red triangle and one red circle. And they're a pair. We can even add even more confusion by having, pair them by color, and you flip it, and it has, it's blue text, but it says green. And then you have to find the other blue one. Or could be an opposite. No, but the more you add that kind of confusion, the more you have to explain it to the player. Because, otherwise it's really unfair. So, we'll stick to and also, using text is always bad. Because that limits your player group. Because then you can only be people who speak that language and can read that language. And while, yes, English speaking, reading people are a large amount of the world, they're not everyone. And that's why it's better to have geometric shapes and so on. It's similar to how I loved where I played through the Blueprints. Absolutely fantastic, except for the language puzzles. Because that did limit it to players who know English and know some of the quirks of that language. Like I've been speaking English fluently since I was pretty small. It is my 3rd language, and even then there was a couple of puzzles I had to just look up. First I looked up some hints, and then these aren't really helping me, and then I had to look up the answer, then I had to look at the hints again, then I had to look at the puzzle, and then I realized, so that's how that works. Because quirks of language will always add unnecessary complexity, because even then it depends on, what if you have your linguistic puzzles and you develop them, and the developer's American. Alright? Someone plays it and they are Australian or from the UK, and then they're like, this puzzle makes no sense to me because it's based on a quirk that only exists in, say, the US. Make you feel better. I can barely English myself sometimes. Well, thank you, Block. It's my 3rd language. I'm, trilingual. That means I'm just shit in 3 languages most of the time. So, yeah, I think we're all bad at language. It's kind of part of being human. Unless you're a linguist. And even they were what's supposed to, freaking professor. And that's just my first. Yeah, well, I mess up in all the languages. English isn't really a language, though. It is true. It's 5 languages in a trench coat. But I think we have a core here. So, I'm going to do one more layer here of, where's the button? There it is. And we hide that one. Now, from the dev point of view, what do I need? Well, the cards themselves are singular entities. So we'll need the cards. They don't understand the game. They don't know what's going on. All they do is carry information. But in the front, back, picture. And are they flipped? Yes, no. It's an old language that slowly evolved. Well, kinda, but it's an old language that was conquered by multiple civilizations, and everyone added their own twists and tricks to it. All the way from the Romans, brought in the Latin. The Vikings brought in the ancient Swedish and Scandinavian language. The Germans just brought German in general, and the French added in a lot of French. And then there's actually the language it's based on, where you'd have Welsh, you'd have Irish, so it'd be Celtic. Then there's Scottish influences. With the UK, is the United Kingdom, it's multiple kingdoms, and many have their own languages. And so, see, we're already at 7. And that is just the ones I can think of quickly, maybe with my short memory of history. Yeah, those are locals. We had Welsh, we had Celtic, we had Gaelic, we had, well, I guess English itself. So now we're up to 8. Yeah. And that's why, I think it's very funny comparing my native language, Finnish, to many other languages, because Swedish as well has a lot of influences, thanks to it being a monarchy. So there was a lot of back and forth cultural influences with, well, also Latin and all of Europe. Whereas Finnish, no one really cared about the Finnish people, except for serfs. So their culture remained relatively untainted through a very large part of history. So the Finnish language, that was part. Why it is funny, it's part of this own little family of languages. And there's actually a movement to bring more Germanic words to English. Yeah, exactly, that kind of stuff. Some argue the Finns aren't even real to this day. It's very true. Maybe we aren't. On the internet, no one knows if you're a dog. Or a Finn, for that matter. Am I real? Who knows? I'm a man on your screen. I might be a VTuber. Yeah. But no, I really can't handle that. I'm a hardcore. I'm a true flesh tuber. Tube of meat, making noises at a microphone, spreading them over the internet. Aren't we all really tubes of meat in the end? We're all meat, flesh tubers. There's a hole that goes all the way through. Hence, tube. The meat fin tuber. Very true. Exactly what I am. Meat song. I don't know. Sorry, I'm losing it a little bit here. Okay, but in game though, for the project, what do we need? We need the cards. Cards are their own entity. Then we can have multiples of the same one, and they all contain different information. So we'll just have just contains card info. Now, what else do we need as far as scenes go? Well, we need the play mat itself. It's good enough. We'll call it the board. Now, what does the board do? Well, the board actually is call you the game manager. Because the board will spawn in the cards. It will have the array where it remembers where the cards are. The cards don't give a shit. So it just moves them around. And we'll card info, and also they will also then have a speed for movement. Now it's supposed to be a question mark. There we go. Because I don't know should the cards have they need to have their own location information, yes, but do they also have the tween? Or should the array carry the tween for animating the movement? It might be better for the array to do that one, because then the cards don't need to move around in absolute space, only in relative one. Tween for movement, yes. Say for flipping Yes. It is. You all get to see how my brain works here. How I do notes. Because the card, within its own its own personal space, will care about which way it's facing. So we'll animate it flipping, and potentially when it's flipped, it becomes a little larger. Also to pull in the player's eye towards that card, so it'll be slightly easier to get distracted from the other cards flipping around. Because again, I don't want to hide what's happening, but I do want to distract. The board itself, because it handles where on the screen the card is, so that'll handle the tweeting, the movement of them moving around, and the card itself will simply care about its general size, shape, and if it's flipped. And we can do that, but with a very simple, so when it flips, we'll do it like it just smooshes together and then expands again, and with a new picture now. I think that could work. A simple sort of illusion of a flip. And what else? Of course. And then the board needs to then handle check for pair. And if yes, move to side. So there's that, and also then counts moves. Moves. We'll have a UI layer. Which then shows the number of moves. I'm running out of space, so I'm doing it, make it extra messy, so that no one can read these notes ever again. That's okay. These aren't meant to be read. This is me for more helping me crystallize my thoughts, if you will. So shows number of moves and high score. And we'll add in here on the other side another little. I like this. If you would ever have seen any of my how I write on actual paper, it is literally like this. This is how all my notes have always looked. I need to then border in things, because first I start with everything being sensible in order, then I want to go back and I put something that sort of fits in here in the order of things, but you can't actually write there, so I write somewhere else and draw a little cube and border around it then with an arrow, so you go in here actually. Because we will need a global. Simply to remember. Global keeps track of score. Oh, well, I hated taking notes in class. Yeah. Me too. Until I realized I'm not taking notes for anyone else. If I need to take notes for other people, I am so stressed out about it, because I have to figure out how do I make this legible and sensible. If it's for me, it's just, externalized thinking. Because in the end, we're all kind of cyborgs already, aren't we? Doesn't help when sometimes the professional handwriting sucks. Yeah, it's the worst when your own handwriting sucks. Because, it makes sense to me when I look at it, when I'm writing it, and a little bit after writing it, I remember what I wrote. Give it a few days, I've forgotten the act of writing it. Now looking at these old notes, I'm like, what the fuck? One of those things, yeah, it makes sense at the time. But yeah, isn't it cool if you think about the fact that, people think about, hey, I want to be a cyborg. I want to have, computer in the brain, it'll help me remember things. What if I could store things in a hard drive inside my head? Wouldn't that be handy? But we're already kind of cyborgs. Because I have difficulty remembering things. Always have had. And most likely has to do with the whole ADHD thing. I've now realized as an adult. But I've always had difficulty remembering things. Unless I, can layer multiple memories of stuff. But one of the things that I then do is I delegate memory from my brain to paper. Because isn't that what writing notes is? We delegate, memory from us to a physical object. I don't need to remember things because the physical object can. That's why I've always been really bad at school whenever there was things like, oh, you need to memorize this and that. I'm like, nope, ain't gonna happen. If you remember how things relate to each other, that sort of worked for me. And that's why I like the internet, because I don't need to memorize things. I have access to a giant, endless library. All I need to know is what the information is kind of called. What is the information I'm looking for? And then I can go find it when necessary. I'm a cyborg, and my brain is a RAM. It only goes in one ear or the other. Well, yes, it is. That is the thing. You can only remember things while you're running. There's a very small amount of solid memory, in fact, and most of that has nothing to do with things you want to remember. Most of that has to do with how to walk, breathe, and so on. It is the more animal things that are hardwired. This entire human culture and evolution thing that we got going, it's all fictional. None of it's in actual hardcore true reality. Language doesn't actually exist in any aspect of reality, but language exists very, very much in just the layer of in the layer of pure information. And that stuff we can only pretty much remember as long as the brain keeps spinning. Now, of course, not all of that is entirely true, actually, now that I think about it, because I do know a man who had full amnesia once, and he forgot many things, but he didn't forget, for example, how to speak and many of these things. But then again, language is very, very animalistic level human thing. Every human learns to speak in one way or another. But yeah, interesting things to think about. I couldn't live without the Notes app on my phone. It's my external drive. Yeah, Beaver Steel. I tried that, but I found that I am very bad at app notes because I forget about them. And I found that the act of writing adds a new layer of memory. See, because there's a thing I want to remember, so I write down a note. So in formalizing the thing I want to remember into words is add one layer of memory, extra memory to the thing. Then the act of writing it is another physical memory that my body now has, which adds another layer of thing that you're remembering about the thing. Similar to how reading things out loud makes them more memorable to you, because you have the memory of reading the thing and of speaking the thing. So you have the same thing layered on twice. So there's more memory about the thing. So you're more likely to remember. At least that works for me. I do prefer writing, but my phone is always on me. So one unfortunate. Yeah. Absolutely get that. I absolutely get that. And that's also why usually, when I was younger and I moved around more, I always had pens and notepads or something with me. Ah. Of course, my notes are absolutely chaotic and I rarely look back at them either. So I don't know if it's actually better. It's just, pleasing to use a pen. Yeah. I think we have the chorus here. Hello there, puppy. How you doing? Lovely to see you around, friend. Yeah, today's Joy Jam is about we're gonna make a card game. If we're doing well and crushing the game jam, friend. Well, we haven't started yet, but I guess it's one kind of crushing. Crushing depression. Nah, sorry. God, card game. Kinda. Wish my brain was a HDD. Yeah, I kinda don't. There's many things I'm okay about not being aware of all the fucking time. I like being, the animal in me takes care of most things. I'm just along for the ride. But it's kind of a card game. It's, the classic one when you have to find pairs. They're face down, you look at a card, and then you look at another one, and then you have to find the pairs. It has a name, the classic name game, but I can't remember it. So we're just calling it find the pairs kind of things. Memory. God damn you, puppy. Now I feel so dumb. The memory game. What was that memory game called? Yeah, it's called Memory. And I'm... yes, we call it the same here. Yes. But, so, it's a form of memory. The irony. I know, right? Lovely. But the theme for this week's game demo was questionable choices, and I was I've been thinking about it for over a day, trying to come up with some concepts. And this morning when I was walking the dogs, I thought, well, how about a game of memory? But to make it questionable, I add just more confusion. And one of them would be the cards are just moving around. So it's one of these questionable choice because it's, are you sure this is your card? Recalling memory, step 1, have a memory. That's true. But I don't have one. You see? We just talked about it. I only remember things because I have delegated my memory into an external physical form, also known as taking notes. I'm a pen and paper cyborg. I have mechanical tools to replace my failing meat memory. I'm also a cyborg because I do have a mechanical surgically implanted upgrade to keep my intestines where they're supposed to be. Wait, what were you talking about? Ah, yes, of course. I was talking about the game, wasn't I? Yes. So, memory. But what if we make a question by every time you flip a card, 2 other cards change places. And I want it to be visually, so you see it happen. If you pay attention, you can follow what's happening on the board. But when you flip a card, it'll become slightly bigger. So I want to make distractions, never hide the information, never hide what's happening in the game, but just make it slightly more confusing. And then we can add more difficulty by say the pictures you're looking for, they're all geometric shapes, but they can all have then different colors. So even though if you have a blue triangle and a green triangle, well, that's a pair because you're just looking for the shape, not the color. So you can have easy form where there's green triangles and green triangles, red squares and red squares. Add more difficulty. Well, now the colors are shifting. Or even that. The colors themselves could be shifting. So every time you flip it, it's a new color for the geometric shape, and that kind of stuff. So we can add more difficulty that way as well. Another idea was what if the card backs also look different, so they might be paired. That might be lower. That might be easier actually, because then they move around. At least one of the things. It's one red. You're not sure which one maybe, but it's a red one you're looking for that has the thing you're looking for. And pen and paper is incredible technology. A tablet with infinite battery life. The pen is completely cross-platform and wireless. That is very true. And should you choose to take your pen and paper technology and apply it to stone, well, that has one hell of a memory, a shelf life now, doesn't it? No memory degradation really, outside of actual just geological erosion. There's notes that are still being studied and written in ancient Mesopotamia. Very non-volatile, yeah? Exactly. So this is the idea of how I'm gonna do questionable choices by just making a form of memory where it's slightly less clear where the cards might have been. That would be the questionable one. And I'm also working on how to work on my GDD, my design documents here. So what is the goal of the game? Extremely solid state. Very exactly. It is very solid state. It's the most solid, in fact. Yeah, so I'm also working on making better notes here. So first, what is the goal of the game? Is to clear the table. How will you score it? Well, number of moves it takes to clear the table. What is the fail state? Where there is none. You can't fail. You're not being punished for doing things wrong, other than, the number goes up. Do the pause menu, came to the conclusion that I don't think we need it. It's kind of turn-based. You click things happen. And then so we'll have retry/refresh button, and you feel like, oh no, I'm taking too many turns. I just want to start from the start. Because we'll visually have a counter for how many moves it is taking you to get somewhere, and we'll have your previous high score next to it as well. In case you want to have multiple rounds to try to do better than you did last time. Then I was trying to figure out, what do I need? What kind of scenes? Well, then the card themselves, they'll carry all the information of what is in the card. Does it have color? What the shape is? It has its own tweener for movement, for making it flip, and so on. Then we'll have the board be another scene, and then which is pretty much the actual game's manager. That checks did you flip a pair, and also handles them moving around. And every time you do a move, it counts that one, sends it over to the global, which keeps track of the score and the high score. And then we have a separate UI layer, which will pretty much just have, I guess, the button for the retry and the numbers. Okay, so yeah, seems like a fun enough and simple enough core, which means we'll probably not get it finished. It's not the first time I start something. Oh, this should be simple. I should be able to do this. Nope. Hey, that's what we call learning, don't we? Sorry. And for music, I was thinking, well, we have a bunch on the computer already. We should be able to use one of them from the previous. Actually, okay, we'll create it. Got the Trijam, and it was 347, I believe. Yeah. Compatibility, create and edit. And then we'll have a quick look into here inside itch.io. Do browse, we'll look at I don't want auto, no, not games, not tools either, assets. Now we're gonna look for sound effects. Free ones. The Film Cow royalty-free sound effect library. Yeah. I was wondering, could we get like a papery sound effect from somewhere? Okay, a bit late. We'll start to wind down. Nice to see you and have a good rest of the stream. Well, thank you, Blocky, for hanging out. I do appreciate every time. And I hope you have a lovely time winding down, and I hope you get good rest. Thanks for hanging out, friend. I appreciate it. And thanks for joining in on the crazy conversations. I do appreciate it. I like when people talk to me. I'm kind of finding like a say papery sound effect. Well, it looks like it might have something. See, I love these because there's like free sound for a footsteps collection. So many horrors and monsters, and everyone could make their own freaking buttons, and I just want something to be a sound effect for when we flip. Plus, I also know sound effects often are saved inside these like mega files, and then from there you choose, you want this tiny bit, and that tiny bit. And I'm like, I don't know enough about sound stuff, so yeah. Now it's the Halloween season. Each time you fail a pair, you get a paper cut. The screen fills with red. I mean, you could, but then that would change the game, and then the entire design needs to change, because that means you have a failsafe. Or, I mean, it could just be like just a visual. It just happens. It doesn't do anything. It's just a way of game saying, ha ha, which you could. Alright, University UI menu sound pack. What do you got? Features modern, retro, minimalistic, abstract, African, coffee. Like what, he's got lions and shit in it? Sorry. A cozy sound pack, actually. That sounds like it might have a paper. Grass, sandstone, wood, footstep, into a UI, tool, weapon, wood, rock, grass, building, text, farm, text. Oh, that was not a free one though. Nathan Gibson. Oh, but it's okay. Same demo reel. I don't need your entire demo reel, friend. I just want the one. So, how am I going to do for this paper sound? Excellent. Reading and writing sound pack. $266 files. High quality books, paper, blah, blah, blah. Name your price. Jam here. You brought the bread. Well, thank you, Sir Pyro. I'm glad you brought some bread. I can dip it in my coffee. Oh, there's ads too. There's your jam. That sound really acceptable. Now, I would love to pay for these things, but I am very, very poor. Just like I would love to buy me a WinRAR. One of these days I'll be rich and famous and handy and actually buy a WinRAR. Thank you. That should have worked. How you doing there, Sir Pyro? Nice seeing you around. Thank you for coming by to say hi. Now I'm looking here and I'm thinking that, yeah, we're gonna look at, okay, first just paper sounds. What do you got? Paper sound 1. Thank you, Chill Hop. That's actually pretty okay. Open box. I think these might be the ones. Yeah. Open box 3. 4, 5. Nope. Of 1. Not 1. So 2, 3, 4, 5. I think, and we'll randomize from those and to the whole, combat the audio fatigue thing. We could be using a single one and then just modulate that one, but I don't have enough experience with audio to do that. I understand how it works in theory. In practice, no, nothing. We can instead use just a set of multiple sound effects. We do their copy. Do this. Folder, call it assets, and we paste. Do we want another sound effect? I think we can have another look-see here. Where do you go? There you go. Not the open box one. Or turning book pages. Various sounds. There's empty air there, otherwise okay. I was just thinking like sound effect for clicking a button. Oh wait, but wasn't there click sound? Yeah, pencil click. Yeah. Could be the fanciest fucking game I made so far. Yeah, pencil click 1. Double checking. Which is like 1.5 hours? Oh no. Yeah, well, that's part of it, you know? The prep work takes time. I'll copy that one and paste that one in there. Will this work as music, I guess? Actually, yeah. I think this sounds like excellent music for a game of memory. Especially where the cards might be flipping around. But did it loop? 20 more seconds. It does. But in an annoying way. I mean, it doesn't loop. It just restarts itself. Damn. Let's have this one. Loopables plus one shots. Check the waves, I guess. It's called Peaceful Night. Nope. Nope. Maybe a little too epic. I've used this one maybe a few times too many. I see this one working. But does it loop? It does actually. Perfect. We got a winner. Excellent. Leave that open so for the documentation and license. And with that, it's time to finally start the Trijam. So, here we go. I got the assets in and everything. Well, start with the folders. First we'll have Crad. We'll need the card. We'll need the board. we'll need the Y. We'll need the global. There we go. Now, we'll start with the card. Okay, new scene, 2D scene. We'll call you card. Add a child node. How did we... Container that keeps the child controlled in the area of style book. Should we just do a panel? Put in the grid so we can sort of see what the heck's happening. Okay, so it start will always be there, I think. There we go. There you go. Well, shape is okay. How did I... Style box. Say style box texture, there we go. Huh. There. That's a little easier. Not you have to I'll use just the card back. You'll determine your color at some point. We'll probably do that through code. Now, what else does the card need? Well, this means we'll need to have then different shapes too. So we'll do no 2D, let's do shapes. Polygon 2D is owned by that thing. I'll call you triangle. Yeah. Well, I think that should kind of, at least hopefully, kind of get the point through how it'll look. Now, let's give you some code here, eh? We'll have a variable for card back color of type color start as let's make it aquamarine or something. There you go. And we do the process. We'll just do some simple testing, I guess. We'll do the card back itself as an on ready. We'll put that above actual the other value variables here. Now inside here we're just checking so that if card back dot color does not equal card back. And card back color takes value of card back color. Nice. So if we F6 into the scene now, we have an aquamarine card. We do. It's all the way up there though, but it worked. Now then we'll have a function or something that when it creates when we spawn in the card, will determine its color as well. Excellent. And we'll have a func of we'll do for now we'll do toggle card symbol. Now inputs, no outputs, and all you do wasn't there. Well, what do you know? Welcome in, Raiders. Hey there, Gun Attack. How you doing? What we up to? You play Final Fantasy 2? Or is that 11? Hey there, Gun Attack. Hope you're doing well. Is that Final Fantasy 11 or 2? That's a tricky one. Is it Roman or is it Arabic? How'd it go? And welcome in, Raiders. Hi. Those who don't know me, I am Hanno, son of Hanno, variety streamer, and occasionally, like today, an extremely amateur and crappy game developer. I take part in a game jam too. Nice. I played the originals a little bit back in the day. I don't think I ever finished any of them. My very first Final Fantasy ever was Final Fantasy 6 or Final Fantasy 3 as it was called on Super Nintendo, American version. How'd it go? Did you have fun? Went well? Started the PS ones? Ooh, nice. Yeah, I started with Super Nintendo back in the day. But yeah, so today we're taking part in the game jam I try to take part in every weekend called the Trijam, where you have 3 hours to make a game. The music we're hearing right now is the timer. And here, because it has its own like 3-hour timer, they made a Trijam mixtape where it's when the music ends, deving ends. The Trijam happens every weekend. You can have as much time as you want for like designing, and sensible people would probably take days, plan it all out, and then like pump out the project. Deving hardcore for 3 hours. I planned it all during stream, and well, that's usually the quality of stuff I produce as well. And also I think it's fun. And I learn. And I work with Godot. This week's theme is questionable choices. I'm trying to figure out what kind of choices we can make, and I came up with, you know what, we're going to make a version of memory. Find the pair, put some cards out, and the thing is, every time you flip a card, 2 other cards switch places somewhere. And that's for the whole questionable part of it adds confusion which cards were where. Choices being the game of memory. I hope it works out. So I decided to go back to the NES one since I never had an NES. They are now on Steam. Oh, I didn't know that. That's very cool. See, that's sensible. Make sure your old games are playable in modern machines, because, well, it's part of cultural history. So like old books should be readable, old games would be nice if they were playable. Sorry. Anyway, yeah, so now we're going to make a toggle card symbol thingy. We'll just do a simple if. And this is true. Then I want you to be false. And else if it's false, I want you to be true. Indentation. Godot was very Python-esque in that way. There we go. Red went away. So now in theory, that should work. Excellent. And yeah, we're building these. The cards will be their own entity, and then the board will be their own its own entity, and so on. Now I'm just sort of trying to figure out what I need to make it all work the way I would like it to work. So first we make the cards, and we have a single symbol right now is triangle. We'll have to work on that one eventually. Actually, we should have a variable here which says current symbol which is of type polygon 2D. Yeah. Currently that's just there. I was thinking it'd be handy then, because so that when the card will, as it's created, then also it finds the shape it should have from the shapes array, and then it saves that inside current symbol, and we use current symbol to, flip that one back and forth. Sorry about that. Now, then what? How do we make? So we'll do a function for flip underscore card. Has no inputs, no outputs. Really does nothing. We'll have to have a variable where we store that information. We'll have var card flip, it's of type bool, of type false. There we go. Right by color. We change that value. That'll change. If visible is true, it is false. Else, if visible equals false, then it becomes true. So we have toggling one. And then flip card. Well, we'll have to have a var for tween, I believe. Just a typecasting equals for create tween. And, well, that one we'll have to do tween dot tween property. Can I do it for like this node? Object will be self. Node path. Let's see, scale. And this would be a vector. Property scale, vector 2, excellent. That's what I want to know. So we're tweening scale. Final value will be a vector 2 dot with 0. And how duration. Say 1 sec. Followed by returning to 1 1. Now we will need a area 2D with a collision shape. With a shape that is a rectangle. There we go. And I want you to send a mouse entered. Do var. Highlighted is bool equals false. We do card highlighted, takes a value of 2, and we'll put the same one here with exited, where it becomes false. Inside process, we do if input dot is action just pressed. Project settings, input map, add new action. Left mouse. Add. Left mouse button. Close. And card highlighted equals true. We'll just, I know we can just say and card highlighted, I do know. I just like more as visually freaking clear as possible. Then we call flip card. And we say if card flipped has a value of true. Well, thank you, Speed Unit 71, for the follow. I really do appreciate it, and I hope you have a wonderful day, my friend. If card flipped equals true, do a copy immediately for the false version, and there'll be an elif, so we don't just loop back and forth. Then, well, card flipped takes the value of your mama. No, false. And true. In fact, that should happen in between these tweens. You see? And that way, while the thing is scaled into a 0 on the X, we flip the card, and then we open it up again. In theory, this should hopefully work. And we then check here, we then process a simple thing of if card flipped has a value of true, then we'll say current symbol dot visible has the value of true. Though, yeah. Ah, see? Even better. We'll just add a little current symbol dot visible has the value of card flip. Perfect. And we don't need this nonsense. This card flip currently doesn't, current symbol visible doesn't do anything. Oh, it's a null one though, so that's kinda problematic. So we'll just put you there. Right. We'll see if that works. The idea is to then have this node be a list of all the possible shapes. When the card is spawned in, we choose which shape this card will have, and you'll remember it, and then we'll have that one saved into current symbol. We're getting there. We just started. Now when we click with the left mouse button, it should do a flip. F6 into the scene. We'll see does it crash. Not yet. We click. Nope. Nothing at it. And area to the mouse entered. Print. It's a friggin' mouse. Exited. Print. It friggin' left. Interesting. Not reacting at all. But Wait, no. The entire collision object is doing it, not just area 2D. So okay then. Well, maybe to help me with this, we'll make the 2D scene called the board. This will be the game board. And we'll do it the classic way that as I do, is where I give myself a colored rectangle and we spread it all out. As one does with one rectangle. We'll go to the inspector, we choose a neat little color, we'll make it something like that. See, though, it's sort of woody. Heck, you know. And we look at this card. Here's the C card. And we have 6 into this scene instead. No reaction. And now we ask the questions. You are... Oh. Let's see here. Is it under order? No, it is under... Close. Oh, sorry about that. Mode inherit. No, it looks like you should be here. You'd be... Why are you? Not reacting. So it's not that one. There's another choice here, and I can't remember where it is. We'll see if the good old lovely documentation can help us. And mouse entered. Immediately with the mouse cursor, enter the cursors or any child controls visible area. That is not included behind other controls or windows, provided it's a mouse filter lets the event reach it, and then regardless of its current focus, if it's currently focused or not. Is it because I'm using the wrong kind of signal here? This is a control node, whereas these are 2D nodes, area 2Ds and whatnots. Okay, let's look at the signals then. Hey there, idiots. What's the issue? I might help. Well, I am trying to... Let's go here so we can see it better. See this card? It's not printing anything in here when the mouse goes over it. So I'm trying to use the mouse entered signal because I want it to react when my mouse is inside its space, and I left click, and it should do a little bit of an animation where it tries to flip itself. Now, not doing it. We've got a card here. We have an area 2D, and the problem is, my guess is because the mouse entered signal is under control nodes, and I'm using an Area 2D like physics node. So I'm thinking, okay, sure, that might be the problem because it says collision object 2D, even though it says here mouse entered on Area 2D mouse entered, but it's not doing it. So we'll try this one. No. Nothing's happening inside here. It has draw hidden, no child enter, child exiting. It doesn't have it. So we click on the open dock, and we go here and we just Google for it. Go to Area 2D detect mouse. Single functions even have been called. Here's my nodes and codes. Blah 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 blah. Let's see the answer. It's any controlled scene shadowing node to underscore text. As I mentioned, both this and other scene have the same problem. Both have control nodes as parents. Three minutes? Yeah, no worries. Area 2D has input pickable, then we'll get to call to input event. Ah! So I'm doing it the wrong way around, most likely, yeah, because the signal seems to be designed like in the other one they were commenting for the control nodes, but it's not a control node. So let's see, inspect, transform, no, we go with Area 2D. Input pickable is on. If true, this object is pickable. A pickable object can detect the mouse pointer entering, leaving, and if the mouse is inside it, report input event. Requires at least one collision layer bit to be set. Can I just like control shit? No, of course you can. Wugga, 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 wugga. Collision object. All input pickable. If true, object is pickable. Pickable object can detect the mouse pointer entering and or leaving. There we go. For a bit I lost my internet, but I'm working on it. Yeah, I think I found the answer. The answer was because there's the input pickable inside Area 2D. So the signal I was using is in fact, yeah, a signal designed for control nodes. But these have their own ones for the input pickable. And now I find the collision object. If it is true, it is true. So now we want to use things like void mouse enter. Called when the mouse pointer enters any of these object shapes. So if I now them being virtual, method may called by the engine can be overridden to customize built-in behavior. Underscore mouse enter. Let's go here. Do func underscore mouse underscore enter. void. And we say... It's a friggin' mouse. Will this work? No, you lied to me, you bastard. Hello there, Wacky. How you doing? Hope you're having a nice day, friend. We're doing some game jamming. You have 3 hours to make a game, and I'm making a version of Memory where you flip the cards. So... mouse enter. So how do I use this then? Physics layer, this collision object 2D is in. I'm pretty sure it has a... Yeah? I tried, I did not see need to use the pickable. Ah, damn. Doing good. I just joined the server today. Someone's helped me out by giving me a pie and seed to the community center. And I found a gold mine to live at. It's got blue clay peat and food nearby. Nice. Well done, Wacky. It was nice when you find a good spot that has all the all the resources you need nearby. It helps a lot. And I tried to not use the pickable. Well, let's try one more time then. So what if I go to card and I change the card's very core in change type from just node into an area 2D. Change that one. Collision shape will become yours. And this old one will get deleted, yeeted. And now you get mouse entered. Mouse exited. We save F6. Got to flip the card, not on the area 2D. Oh. Yeah, I know. It's not even printing anything, that's the issue here. And inside there's an area 2D with a collision shape 2D. I have a sprite child of card. Yeah, I don't have any sprites here because I'm just using in-game assets. I don't have any sprites to load in here. So mouse entered, mouse exited on area 2D, mouse entered. It doesn't do anything. See, it's here. This is the thing. It won't even print. It's like it's somehow not even reacting like at all, even though look at here, it is monitoring, yes. Priority was 0, I don't know why. Nope. That didn't do nothing. There's one control me here. What if I make you there? Sometimes these orders get a little confusing. Nope. So it could be the card back here is in fact stealing the information. I just realized. Yeah, see, now it's working. It was the colored rectangle that was the issue. Because it was stopping the mouse from getting anywhere beneath it. Or anywhere else. It was just stealing all the mouse information. Then we change the area again, the order, and yep, see, keeps on printing. It's a friggin' mouse. Wonderful. Thanks for your help. You helped me identify what the issue is. So now we need a second signal here. You. Mouse exited. Area 2D should have its own thing. But we do continue the handling of input. Yeah, no, the card back now is just ignore because it's just a visual thing. It should do anything. Now we got a friggin' mouse, friggin' left, and what I wanted you to do was then do card highlighted, takes the value of true. And false. I'll add another color rect. We go to inspector, we do here again mouse, ignore. Order is here behind the card back. Layout, center. We remove the grid snap. Look at script. We do call that one the highlights. And the highlights can be an already. And we'll do dumb of me. We remove that. Remove that. Inside process, we just do a has the value of card highlight. Excellent. Will it crash? No, but clicking the button it does make it crash. Invalid assignment property key visible with value type of bool on a type on a base object of type of nil at function. Flip card. Current symbol dot visible. Oh, I thought it was that one. remove that thing. Alright, kinda works. We jump into board, we F6 into here. We click. The fuck? We shave. You've also got this thing, so look at the mouse and ignore. See now it highlights when it goes over the thing. Excellent. Let's try again. See, works for me. Excellent. It's freaking him out and it's freaking left. Absolutely unnecessary now. So if card flip equals true, card false, his fault becomes true, current symbol visible equals card flipped, not current symbol dot doesn't exist currently. Let me hashtag that one out for a little bit so we can do this. Well, nothing, and now it'll, yeah. Problem is there. Easy ones. Here we go here, and we do a wait and dot, and I do believe we just a finished signal and F6. Nope. Is it just like this? What am I doing wrong here? Yeah, it is finished, wasn't it? Await great twin for 2 dot finished. So we go, wasn't it? Oh, wrong one. No, it's just we await. Finished. Once you're done, you do this. And then we should be able to come back, but it says the can't append a tween that is started. Use stop first. It's not you. But I feel like I've done these things before. Stops the tweening and resets the tween to its initial state. This will not remove any appended tweeners. If a tween is stopped and not bound to any node, it will exist indefinitely until manually started or invalidated. To lose a reference to such tween, you can retrieve it using Ztree get processed tweens. Creates and appends a callback tweener. This method can be used to call an arbitrary method in any object whose callable blob that bind to bind additional arguments for the call. Creates a interval tweener. This method can be used to create delays in the tween animation as an alternative to using the delay in other tweeners. Blah blah blah. Creates and appends method tweener. This method is simply a combination of tween callback and tween property. It calls a method over time with a tweened value provided as an argument. The value is tweened from and to the time specified by duration. It's in seconds. I think the stop here helped. So await tween property, self-scale, blah, 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 finished. Then we have card flipped. White. So we do that. We'll do funk, call it flip to electric boogaloo. What? No. Oh, that's too much. Toggle symbol. And all it does is that. Apparently we can't do this. Because it disappears when I click it. Wait. Wait. Current symbol. Visible. Answer is card flipped. That's beta 0.01. We hashtag that motherfucker out. Yeah, the problem was I was getting in between, in the middle of like tweener logic, which is handled then all entirely by the tween, and try to like manually jump in there in between. So we're tweening just the property of current symbol, which property, the visible factor, what are we assigning to it with the card flip, and what is the duration for this change? Is 0.01 seconds. So excellent. We don't need you, and we don't need you. The correct tween for the thing, and then we check if card flip is true, then becomes false. If false becomes true. Excellent, freaking excellent. Sorry. In fact, we'll do current symbol. Visible comes place false. So just the ready function itself. All right, we got the card thing kind of done. There we go. Mouse entered, mouse exit. We highlight is true or false. We use this one to know whether or not the mouse is inside. So ready, we just make sure the visible is full, so they will always start with the symbol down. And we'll have a quick look-see at this one. Very last one here. We're thinking of what does the card care about? It contains the card info, yes, and the tweens for movement, flipping, yes. Okay, so we got the tweens for the movement now done. The card info, well, let's add a couple of more shapes to it. Two square. Add a child node, another polygon 2. We got a triangle, we got a square. Add a plus or a cross. And a good old circle. Cross. Start with that. We zoom on in, we remove the grid. There we go. And we pull in the corners. And we got a nice cross. And then a circle. Diamond. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That'll be 12. Alright, we'll start with that. We have triangle, square, cross, diamond, circle, and we'll call you pillar. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Pillar. So the pillar. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Oh, the traumatic song. This is the very last song in the playlist. Almost makes me nervous. Like, oh god, I'm running out of time. I haven't even gone to the game yet. I'm still doing like freaking chords here. And then for the circle, start with the diamond. Start with something like that. Move those. You know what that'll do? Now shapes. Jump into the script here with the card. We save all our changes and we'll have to make a oon. No, not an oon, but an already variable that is shape array. We'll just go R of type array. Starts out as shapes dot get underscore children. This should be get children. Yeah, outputs an array of nudes. There we go. Can even do it. Node. There we go. Make sure everything is working the way it should. Then we'll have a variable of current symbol polygon t starts out as null, and in ready we'll see hashtag you out. We'll see if current symbol has the value of null. Well, then current symbol takes the value from shape array, and I want you to take value 1. Should be square. 0 would be the triangle. Then we jump to the board and we F6 in and we'll see that it all explode. It did. In a valid assignment, property value key visible with value type bool on the page of type what? Nil. And function ready. Current symbol visible false. Ah. I should have it after that one. F6. Here's a square. Heckin' works, yo. This entire thing probably will have to be bigger and all that, but we'll get there. And also, I'll have to change the logic though if I do that. I was thinking like, well, if we're what, it can become bigger when we see the symbol. We don't care about that actually. That is not that important. And we'll have to have a here. You know, no one else is calling for Flipkart except you, so we'll make you private as well, so it's all handy dandy. Now, I believe I need a function that will not be a private but a public one, where it would be for assign symbol. Inputs of new symbol of type int, which defaults into triangle. Void. And where we'll just do a curb there we go. Current symbol has the value of shape array new symbol. Save. Nice. That'll be part of the whole creating the thing. So now the card should be able to deal with all of its own things. Now we look at the board. Board will need a piece of that. We save. Ah. I'm wondering if I can use these. So if every Hbox container would own, I don't know, 4 cards, we could then have 3 times 4 for 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so we got currently 12 cards. So 3 times 4. Start with putting it there. And here we'll have just row 1. Try again. There you go. And F2 into row 2. And then you. F2 into row 3. Card container. That won't work. Because if I change their location, the rows, the container will automatically reorganize them. So I don't know if my tween will be able to cut through that. Unless, of course, what I'm actually containing here is a... just... what are they called now? Markers? Yeah? That'd be one way of doing it. How would I do this? I think if we... I don't want to see how they use it. Spread themselves out, so we do this one, and we do, let's see here, alignment center. Container sizing. How are all of you there? Oh, didn't work the way I was hoping it to. So what if we then just add a marker 2D? We'll do... why is it a card start? The card start, might as well. Not do that. Well, seem as good a place as any. So jump in the board here. We add the card start. So we have a marker for where the cards fall. Will be starting to be placed out. We have another look at the board here. So we'll see. So 64 pixels to the right. And we do a const 64. There we go. We'll do a func spawn in cards. No inputs and no outputs for now. We'll have to have an array of the cards, I think. And add child node. We'll do a node 2D. We'll delete that nonsense. F2. Now we know that it will be the card container. We'll spawn in all cards inside the card container, and that'll be the sort of array for it. And to do that also, we'll need the funds for the card itself as a preloadable. Now spawn in cards. We'll do a variable, I guess, for max underscore cards. Again, type of integer, starts out as 12. Just so that we can have that be adjustable. Because what if we have, like, say, 4 squares, but then we add colors as a thing to compare? The card pretty much contains information. There's no comparison. You can just add more of the details because it has the possibility to include detail. It has the shape. It can also add color. So that way we don't have to have just an infinity of shapes. We can keep on doing other things. Plus we can add, yeah. So that way that can be changeable. And now the sort of containers for these inside an VBox and Xbox container would have been really handy. Maybe we'll just spawn them in procedurally ourselves, eh? Because the card container now, instead of the card start, could in fact be our starting point. You see, we move it here as well. So now this will be the 0, for its point of view, and then it should be able to use that as a way to spread them out. So back to script. And then we'll do 4 elements in max cards. You do just UR new underscore card equals card instantiate. We do card container dot add child new card and new card dot position dot x equals elements. Let's call that, actually make it that, we'll call you num. Makes more sense than element here. So number times card distance. So the first one will be 0 times card distance, I think. Num minus 1. Within parentheses times card distance. I think that'll actually start at 1. Oh, well, we'll find out. Easy way to find out. Ready? Spawning cards. We'll see what happens. Equidistant from here and here, so yeah, starts out at 0 after all. Heckin' perfect. All right. Oh, our global will then also have to be keeping track of how many cards are flipped. Which means now we need to make a whole global. Global. Add a global. Inside global. Double clickly, opening, opening. Inside global, global, global. Create a global inside global. So we can global way a global. And here we have a nice little variable called var. Called flipped cards. It's an underscore. Of type integer equals 0. Now it keeps track of this information. It should the cards themselves. Here. Probably not. So we can do this. Flip card. Card flipped equals true. Card flipped equals false. And global dot flipped cards minus equals 1. And the opposite is plus equals 1. And the board inside process says we can have here also a variable of flipped cards array of type array node starts out as a wonderfully empty array. Oh, we can actually then just do it here, like if flipped cards dot size length. I remember the arrays. Size. There we go. And flipped cards dot size greater than 2. Oh. There we go. Then for card in flipped cards card dots. Do we have a flip card? Underscore array. There we go. I was playing, but I didn't find the thingy first. Flip cards array. There you go. Now, holding this in our global is kind of dumb. Or are we doing it right now anyway? And it's actually not that dumb at all. Might even be smooth. Let's see though. Do this, do that, do that, do that. Well, did fuck all. Right. Card, and we'll do global dot flip cards array dot append self You go here. And here we do global dot flipped cards array dot erase self. Is it erased? Find and remove the first occurrence of value from the array. Value doesn't exist in the array, nothing happens. Sounds like it could work. Let's try it again. So we flip, we floop, we flip. Neat. Why won't you then unflip this one? Click here. Okay, so this one, because unflipped like mid animation, nothing happens. But the middle one remains. Now what's happening here? Let's look at global. So for if flipped card in array size greater than 2, for card in flipped card array, card flipped card. And before you do that, let's see here. Print. Card plus stringify card. But that's interesting. You flip 1, 2, and then yeah, you only found 2. The first one and the last one. I think the order might be getting fucked up here. And that's why this is happening, because while I flip it, it removes itself, and then it goes to flip the next one, the array size has changed. So in other words, what I want to do is go through the array in reverse. If it's greater than 2, that means it has to be 3. Temp num equals that one. Like, could we do the other kind of for loops? Yeah. See here. cards rate, tap thumb, flip card. There we go. That's one way of doing it. Another silly idea just bumped into my head. What if we just do... Well, what if we just do this? Flip cards array 0 dot flip underscore card. Just do that twice in a row. Then it just removes the old ones and leaves the new one. Yeah, I'm okay with that actually. Quite okay. We don't do any maths. And the global can handle that one. It just takes care of the whole. Are they flipped? Yes, no. In fact, you should probably have just a bunk. Says unflip the cards, no inputs, no outputs, and on it does as well. While flip card array size is greater than 0, do that shit. So it just unflips all of it. Excellent. Yeah, I'm okay with this because there's no reason for the third one to be visible pretty much. You flip it up 2, then you'll unflip them. We'll just add this as sort of like safety measure if nothing else. Non-flipping is a-okay. What else? How much time do I have, by the way? Wrong one. Hour and a half. Excellent. You know what? We're going to pause this. I'm going to put on this instead. And you can look at the glories, that is the non-functional game. Because I need to go to the toilet really bad. I'll be right back. And I have returned. We shall change. Yeah, that worked. We go back here and mark the true timers. There we go. Think what to do next. Well, one thing we need to do no matter what, of course, is make those cards a little bit more visible. Which means... Actually, yeah, we're gonna jump in here. And how much bigger? I'd say... 150% or something like that. Hey there, Carpet Thieves. Ooh, 5-stream streak. Nice. Thank you very much. Glad you like it here. Yeah, I'd say it's going pretty well, actually, so far. Just you realize I need to make these bigger. So that's 3. The 1, 2, 3, 4. More. Ah, perfect. Which means... there. we go. Got to make things just bigger now. Check the board. What about you, Carpathies? How's it going? Ooh, yep, excellent. Now we need those to become bigger, so we go into the old scripty boy here. And from 64, we look at, say, '96. Good. Glad to hear it, friend. Glad to hear it. Fucking num2 int 0. What was the name? Tool of 4. Position y equals num2 times artist. And we'll see if that, remember how math worked. Kinda. I don't remember how module worked. To zero, 1, 2. Hmm. I think that 128 for now. And something going wrong with my math. So I know what it is. Plus X is always 0. Yeah. So there we go. Now we're getting there. If we do that. Would that help? Perfect, fixed. There we go. Just the order that was wrong. I'm like, we have to do some more complex math and nonsense. The answer was no. You just do your silly module bullshit before you assign their positions. Ah, lovely. So, now we have this. Spawning in cards, working just fine. Now let's look at the board. I'll give the card destination, actually. I'll put you there. There you go. You don't exist. Let's see if we want to use card list. We might have to skip it completely. And the cards might need a despawn command for using the tween to sort of like fade them out of existence. I think that would be a good idea. But for now, and also the cards need to know their own position. Variable card. Card position. Type vector 2. On the board. And new card dot card position equals new card position. That might not be necessary apparently, so I can love now. Anyway, but if also it'll be handy because then we'll have able to track, current position and sort of intended position, and if we change those around for the whole tweeting and flipping, we'll get there eventually. First, because before we do the flipping around, we'll have to make sure the game is actually playable. There's actually a point. And spawning cards will need to have a way of, make sure we got pairs and shit. Do you have a way of randomizing an array? I'll come up with a way. For now, we need to be able to identify and recognize having found pairs. And how do we find that? And I think we can do that in... Well, maybe the global can actually run the actual games in actual heckin' logic, where we do func check for pair. No inputs, no outputs. What does it do? Well, you also recognize that if... No, we'll just do this. Steal the entire thing. There we go. If cause race size is greater than 1. We have a look-see. Wow. We'll see if split cards array 1 Current symbol. Same. Now this one should of course be 0. Then we print. It's a pair. Else. No luck. And it's followed by on flip cards. Save. F6. Ah. Hey there, Swick. Redeemed absolutely nothing. Well, that's sounds like you're doing. But upon goddamn Swick, I keep on forgetting. I'll get on it one of these days. It's on the to-do list. In the process, we're doing check for pair. But now, explosion. No luck. What do you mean, no luck? Ooh. You should not be doing the check for pair. I'm a probe you if you don't. With an emu. Oh dear. Don't you threaten me with a good time? A time most foul of those birds. They're evil. They're cruel. They defeated the Australian army. By just not giving a shit. What are you doing there, Swick? Nice seeing you around. Yes, keep on believing that. Oh my. A wild man. Absolute mad lad. I think we should probably go in the card here. Ah, see, we go to the global, check for pair. If flipped cards array size greater than 1, we do that. Otherwise, nothing happens. Excellent. So then the cards themselves can, in fact, flip cards array, then self. We do nearer. We do wait. Finished. No space there, friend. And then global dots. Check for pair. I want you to do it after you finish your rotational animation. Oh, it's good, man. You're sucked into a game called Stone Shard. Ooh, I know that one. That one looks neat. I played it when it was pretty much earlier in its early access thing many years ago. It was neat, but I kind of felt a little lost in like, what am I doing in this game? But it's having a bit of a resurgence, I guess. See more people play it lately, and it looks more fleshed out now. So current symbol. All of you should be the same. So why Zoom 1 stringify this one plus Zoom 2 us. Next one. There you go. Try again. Ah. Okay, now it says it's a pair. Excellent. We do a funk called remove cards. No inputs, no outputs. That's pretty much the same thing as unflipped. Call for remove card. Now, remove card doesn't exist. Inside card yet. Now it does it. So we have to go here. Sign symbol. We do funk. Remove card. No inputs. No outputs. What it does do is add a variable new tween. Make a crate tween. So then we do new tween dot tween property. We'll do self we do modulate and do a color of 1, 1, 1, 0. It'll take you 0.4 seconds to get there. And we wait for that to get finished, and then we do self dot qfree. And then we'll see. Add a little print in there. Let's look inside a global. Remove cards. Ah. Then we forcefully stop that one. Removing card is... Well, flipped cards array size is greater than 0. Flipped cards... then go to card. Well, having flipped here, first we do... And we'll try again. Excellent. Working out quite fine. Of course, things are like disappearing a little too fast, but that's okay. Then we go back in global, and then we'll have to have finally some kind of scoring system. So the variable for score, which is an integer, it starts out as 0. That's a pair. Score plus equals 1. Now with all this, that also means we need a func called reset, which right now all it does is score equals 0. We'll have a second variable for yog high score int equals 0. And we to check if score is greater than high score, then high score takes the value of score. And that score equals 0. There we go. We'll need a second one, so variable for finished, which is a bool in its full. Now, of course, that's wrong. A score is less than high score, and finished as the value of true. Then we can set a new high score because we're counting the amount of. It's true. So score plus 1 does not happen here, but in here, score plus equals 1, which means it's finally time. Nope, did not do that one. Make a new scene, a user interface. Let's call the UI. A UI here will need a label. Random text there. Center the text because I like it that way, and then we're gonna look at our theme override. We're gonna look at font sizes, and we might as well make, I don't know, what's 48? That's a bit too much, maybe. How about 30? 32? There you go. You look in here, the F2 is score. And you are second label, F2. High score. You know what? Oh, your high score. I'd say that's acceptable. UI gets a little bit of code here. We just have score dot text equals score plus and stringify the value from global score. Double click here, high score, pull this one down as well. Text has the value of high score has the value of stringified global dot high score. Save that, we jump to the board, we look at the 2D, we put powder scene. There we go. Jump in the game. Okay. Alright. Now look at the UI. We also gonna need to do some other interesting things. One of them will be add child node of type. How about no, just not check button, just button. Well, you're the start button. There you go. Close enough. Node pressed. On button pressed. Self dots and hide. Pretty much what it does. If nah, we don't need to care about that one too much. Board times node. There we go. And then Y global board do a start game. So global func start game. And what does a start game do? Well, go board dot spawn in cards. Excellent. Oh shit, broke. Wait, should we hashtag you out? Jumping aboard here. Now let's partying card. We have maximum cards is 12. Alright. Okay, so how to make these pairs then? Variable for a number array. We'll do while num underscore r dot size is less than max cards. Then our new num equals right. Our new num type int has the value like tunes. Yeah, they're nice, aren't they? Yeah, it's the where is it now? It's the official 3-hour timer for the Trijam mixtape. 3 hours of music, and if you like them, they're all accredited in the description for the YouTube video. Rock Knight Studios, who's also the one organizing the event. Well, I'm not subscribed. How that's odd. Oh well. Here we go. Back into the game. So the integer would be then a rand integer, but a random integer from a range between 0 and 6. Double checking, I'm not wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that is actually 0 and 5. There we go. And while number array size is less than the maximum card, we will check that if new underscore num it checks that something is in the array. And count returns the number of times an element is in the array. If so if num underscore r dot count of new number is less than 2, then num number array dot append our new number, followed by this, so we can't recast the thing. Invalid operands callable an integer for a less than. That is very true. These are parentheses. this is done. New card, instantiate, new card container, add child, and new card dot current symbol. Did we not have a sign symbol? Yes, a sign symbol. See, sometimes I'm smart. And plan ahead, even if only a little bit. And we do num. So a number array, and whatever is in position of the current number. Press F6, and we watch the entire thing explode by clicking on the start button. Didn't. A square. A pillar. Pillar. Plus. They deleted themselves. Now the UI disappeared. Of course, because I pushed the button. Now go to UI, the code here. It does self.hide, but it's not self that we want to hide. The only thing we want to hide is the button. Alright. Shit's kinda working. Heck nay. Global start game. Go to global start game. First call to reset. What if score, high score, and finish true, blah blah blah. And then finished takes the value of false. Just in case it wasn't there already. We don't really have a win sort of thing just yet. And we're clicking on the flip card here, okay? So, make the tween. And card highlighted equals true. We need something else there though. We need a new boolean. Called can flip. And I might as well start at this true. And we look, check repair, do there, and unflip cards. And once you're done with everything, then can underscore flip equals true. And global dot can underscore flip equals true. First thing you do, global dot can underscore flip takes the value of false. We'll see how that works out. Oh, wrong one. You go here and press F6. Okay. How about when I initiate flip card, it turns false. And when it's done, it checks repair. Then it can turn back to true, which sends us back into flip card, which should be turning this back into a false when they're like flipping back. So look at the global. Remove them those. And I'll put you in there instead. Change that order so it becomes true for a little bit. Yeah. Now it's behaving a lot better. The global will need a new function, which is called check win. No inputs, no outputs. When would you check if size? No. If card, flip card, array, no. So it's not here. In fact, the freaking board here will have inside its process a thing like this. Do a function called check underscore win. No inputs and outputs, it will be simply called inside process here. And what we do is that if, let's see here, card container dot get underscore chill. This is number of children of this node. Oh. If you include internal is false, internal children are counted, blah blah blah. Ah, that's fine. The card container get child count equals 0. Print. You win, ya goober. More importantly, we'll do global dot win. We shave, we look inside our globals. What happens when we win? So func win. Again, no inputs, no outputs. All I can really think of is So finished takes the value of true. Yeah, maybe a little bit easy like this one. Button hide. No. Global. Start game. We'll do another silly little bool thing here. We'll do more. Game running. Bool. Start set is false. And start game means game running takes the value of true. Game running takes the value of false. Nah. We add that one there. Don't need those. Now, guess I'll just do this then. Dot text equals starts like if global I didn't even need the global. A lot of like shenanigans for nothing. At this point I'm getting a little hectic, get a little stressed. Scoring isn't working. What are we calling it? So check for pair currently doing score +1. But I put you there. There we go. Now for the core component thingy here, which was shuffle. So funk, shuffle. How do we do this? We'll find out. We'll have to do it like this. Give me a random thing Pick random, which is a random element from the array. Excellent. So shuffle. We'll do var card 1 equals fucking null. Same for card 2. And then while you know what, might as well actually do it just this way. We'll do a, let's see here, card container dot get I just looked at the thing. Pick random. Pick underscore random. Get underscore children. More child R type array equals card container get children. See that or that. We'll see. Card 1 not in global dot flip card array. Now, while card 1 in flipped cards array. So if we have gotten the same random card that is actually currently flipped, then card 1 takes the value of a random fucking card. We'll do the same one for card 2. We'll also then check, and card 2 does not equal card 1. Variable type is being inferred from variant value, so it'll be typed as variant, warning treated as error. Neat. Go for it, mate. Will that silence you? No. That's 4. So card 1 is in flipped cards, but it's not. And while card 2 equals card 1, but it doesn't, well, then it's a unique card. Then we can continue. And how do we do this? Well, let's call it tween this time. We'll typecast this into a create tween. In fact, we do tween 1 and 2. So both cards that get their own tween that will only focus on moving them around. So we'll do tween 1, tween property of card 1 dot position no card 1 position final value of card 2 dot what did I call it? This is what I was, we'll do a simple little func get pos, which returns a vector 2 and return card position. Hit pause. You get there in 0.2 seconds. Now between 2. And these are doing the same. Yeah, that should work, because once we move this one, card 1, the first time, its position has now changed. We get the get pos, which will be the old one. And then we can do a card 1 dot, I don't know, set pos. Same for card 2. Now what set pos does, nothing, because we haven't made it yet, but it's a func called set pos and has no inputs and no outputs because it now has a new position. So we'll do card position takes the value of self dot position. We'll see if that works. Then we save. Look at the board. Now when do we call shuffle? Look at the global. We'll do board dot shuffle. Ooh. So yeah, she got broken very roughly there. But why? Look at this here. Card position becomes self dot position. And return card position. Card position was also then determined when they were put in. We could do new card, set pos, and all these fancy sound effects and music and everything. We've used none of it. And we're running out of time, because I recognize this music at least. I think so. Yeah, we got 15 minutes. Less than. Damn. Well, that fix it. We'll use some more of the whole global positions. Oh. So it's hell no. So going to global, so what happened here? We flipped card area sizes. We had 1, score +1, and we shuffle. So we entered the shuffle. Ah. That's why. We had an infinite loop, because while card 2 was not in flipped cards, so randomness happened, or that one, then we kept on changing card number 1. No, card number 2. We'll try again. Okay, so even with a success, the flip happens. Now they're traveling into each other. Do their disagreements on their own freaking positions? What's happening there? Let's see here. Card 1 and card 2. We'll create tweens. We changed global position of card 1 and card 2. Card 2's get position, card 1's get position. Card 1 set pos, card 2 set pos. Once we're done. Here we call set position as well. Card position equals self dot global position. The ones you get so confused. What happens there? Also, board. And global dot game equals true. Try it again. There, the thing's no longer printing like crazy. There, what happened? New card set position. Card 1 and 2 set position. It seems like they're going back to where they were. breakpoints.
Time for a big stretch.
Hey there, Enthak. You know what I think, Hannah? Well done, Miss Wick. I'll deal with that stretch in just a sec. We're not. I will hydrate though. Also refill my drink. Hour now too. Yeah, we're gonna find out. I mean, whether or not the timer's gonna run out. We're gonna keep on working on this one because that feels weird. Sorry about the splashy splashy sounds. Thinking about a stack of pancakes. Ooh. I'm looking at this order of operations here. And it kind of feels like the set position ones are activating at the wrong time. Card 1, card 2, we set their global positions. How about we just... Are things happening too fast? So... War... So if we ask for the information first, because it could be because we're doing things and they have a little delay. So that is then somehow messing with this logic. So it sets the position before it's finished and then things are getting a little wonky, which could be very well be the case. I mean, we would then just want to make sure we have some weights happening here. Or we do it in this way. Oh yeah, the breakpoint. Remove that one. And we'll say, yeah, sure. Cancel. Oh, did I just break the game? I just broke the game. Alright, that's fine. Back in there. And that's way late in the evening for me to be thinking about food. There. You went there. And you're supposed to go back, but you went there instead. And this one and that one I do believe has switched positions. So it's the set position that is broken. Card position is the value of self of the global position. Now, if we ask for this information first, then we actually don't need the whole card position thing involved there in between, so we just return your self-global position.
Five more minutes remain.
They've flipped. Also flipped. It looks like that fixed it, yeah. It was the variable was not getting updated for whatever reason. Now we're just always getting the actual position. But yeah, so now the core of the game works. Now we'll just have to see can I actually win. lucky there. The very last ones. Stuck on the moving card. It's not printing it out more. 404 windscreen not found. Pretty much, yeah. I never got this far. Ah, not responding. Yes, it bugged the fuck out. Alright. So let's see. What happens here when we flip card and we check for pair. Then we go to global. If flipped card array, size greater than 1, which it was there. Score +1, board shuffle. I believe it was this one. Because it was, there were only 2 cards left. So looking for something it can shuffle that is not in the flipped cards. There are none. So it'll keep on randomly picking the same cards and nope, and you're just looking at the same 2. Which means we need a greater if global, no. Where do I call? Okay, we do if, not vard, card container dot get underscore child count is greater than 2. Then do this thing. Loop all that to the front. We can remove the whole set pos things there because we're not doing that anymore. The F6 back into the game. And then we'll see. Hey, you win your goober. Excellent. So we're going to restart. High score did not update. Okay. Let's go back to the board. No, global. Who the fuck prints you win your goober? So this happened. Followed by win. Finish equals true. Game run equals true. If high score is less than high score. Other way around. Greater than high score. Ah. No. Score is less than high score. Or high score equals 0. Has a value of 0. Then high score equals score. I missed breakfast, so I can do the thinking for both. Ooh. That happens to me often. I usually don't eat breakfast, but I've been like forcing myself to start doing it. It gives me a little bit more energy throughout the day. Nope. No cozy animals. We start again. Same playlist. Because now we measure how long do we go over time. Now. Right. I guess we'll need a windscreen. Which we will have to be inside UI. We add a new child resource. It will be a... I was thinking... Now, panel would work, but yeah. Might as well go with just a good old label. Because I can't remember what to do with panels. Text is Communications. You win. Aligned center. Look at 2D. There, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know what? There. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. Excellent. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. And it goes up by just one. No. Down bone. There you go. Congratulations, you win. And might as well look at our theme override, font size, colors. There you go. Jump of the game. Just says congratulations, you win. The panel there gives them a nice little background, and of course now we have to do a scanning of the code here. Oh. Call you the win text. Like I said, the code. Win text goes inside the process there. Win text dot visible equals global dot finished. Because if we look at the finished, it should say false. We're checking. And the only place where finished becomes true is inside the win function. So, perfect. Now we have that involved. And if we look at the card here, add a child node. We do an audio stream player. See if we can quick load. Okay. Ooh. There you go. Oh, you flip audio. Here's a question. Do I need like multiples of these? So that if we do then a the function for play flip sound, no inputs and outputs, we just call the function and it should do something. Now, something I wanted to do is to play audio. I just want to have those here so I can look at the documentation. Audio streams, autoplay. The audio stream resource to be played. Setting this property stops all currently playing sounds. If left empty, the audio stream player does not work. I was wondering. Like if we do audio stream player dot stream equals so it's not that one. Not load stream. Set stream. There we go. You set stream. Stream audio stream. More. Oh, the flip sound, the flip sound is of type audio stream as the value of something. An audio stream itself, okay. Get BPM length, monopoly can be sampled, blah 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 blah. Int get base class for audio streams. Audio streams are used for sound effects and music playback and support WAV via audio stream WAV and OGG via audio stream OGG Vorbis. Online tutorial. Audio stream player 2D. I don't give a shit. I would only want to see. Audio stream is an abstract object that emits sound. It comes from many places, but it's most often loaded with a file system. Audio files can be loaded as audio streams and placed inside an audio stream player. You can find information, supported formats, and differences on importing audio samples. WAV files can use your mama. Neat, but how to do it? Importing audio samples. Several options are available from the import doc after selecting WAV. That's not what I want to do though. How do I do it through code? A set of options available. See audio stream for more information. That's sort of where I got there now, didn't I? Okay, so how do I set the? How do I load the thing? Can be sample, generate sample, get length. Method. Okay. We do Godot, load in audio. Code. Wait, was I just overthinking it? I think I might have been. Ah. We can use the whole preload system. Before the screenplay 2D is playing, correct sound. Alright. I was thinking there'd be a more sensible way. But I guess the important part is, finding a way that works. So we're gonna move those down a little bit. I wanted one of these. And I can do pom. I'll just call you Flip. 2, 3, 4, 5. What I do is F2 into Flip audio player. Yes. And here we just do you go there. Flip audio player dot set stream. Wasn't it set stream? Well, thank you, Edgar. Look at it for dot stream equals correct. Okay, yeah. So he would just assign it with stream because it's been preloaded. So stream equals, let's say, Flip 2. And then Flip audio player dot play. Alright. So what do we have? So we have four of those. So we have var choice is an integer of type randint in range from 0 to 3. And then we'll do a silly old if else. So if choice has a value of 0, we do that. We do else if 1, 2. No. There's not that one. There we go. 3. Whoop. 3, 4, 5. So, choose a random integer, put it in here, do the thing. And our player equals flip audio player if flip audio player playing equals well, might as well have two of these. Right. Or just player takes the value off the body player 2. Back. I would say player play. So player takes is the flip audio player. If flip audio player is currently actually playing a sound, then we'll change. So we'll have the backup audio player becomes the player. Then we assign a stream to our player of choice and make that player play the sound. That should then work. Flip card. And play flip song. Alright, I'm kind of okay with that, except for the fact that it's loud as all hell. -3 seems sensible. Well, audio stream player. Quick load. Silent forest. We'll do autoplay. And it'll just deal with itself. See, jump in the game. Damn, that's loud. Do a single button. God damn you, Windows. No one likes you. F16 in the game. Game broke, but it kind of worked. So now we F5 into here, select current. Now we have a main scene. Seems very loud, but I've noticed that once it actually enters the web, it ain't that bad. One of these days, I'll figure out how to make, a settings page. We can actually have, volume sliders, all that fancy stuff. But now, people get what I give. So, slightly less aggressive. Let's see if we can get a high score saved. Hey, it worked. What a game. A masterpiece. Another masterpiece. But it has sound effects. Yeah, the core mechanic works. It's playable. I'd say it's a heckin' win. With 23 minutes overtime. Not bad, actually. Not bad at all. And most of that was me adding audio and figuring out some issues. Yeah, not bad at all. 323. I'm actually pretty happy with this. Especially, considering we farted that thing out in 3 hours. Give us a week or two. We can add proper, settings. We can tweak the audio to be slightly less aggressive. We can add more, nicer graphics, because the core concept still works. It currently just compares the simple information. We can add then to that one more things. Add better UI, better graphics. Smooth out some of the kinks with the automation, and especially with the audio triggering a little too late. Just a touch. Nothing too bad. Now, we're going to jump up. I'm going to open this one. So we can enjoy our sweet swing hop tunes. Oh, sorry. Wow. Silly me. Yeah. Make sure we save all the scenes. We jump into export. We do add. Well, it's purely a web format. Export creates that new and that lovely and that beautiful folder. It's called web. Index.html. What do I do here? Oh, there we go. That's why it didn't want to work. Using the wrong heckin' button. Index.html. And close. Then we actually kill that loud thing, and we save. Let's go here. The 347. think I saved. I don't want to get rid of that before I'm certain it was actually properly saved. We used the music from this one. Okay, yeah. There we go. I like that, so we see it, so we can copy paste that into the attribution, and then we have the reading and writing sound pack here as well, all remembered. Now what else was I doing? I was looking at these assets. From here 347, we jump into web here. So you have the index.html and all the others. We right click and we add it to an archive. Except we might get a zip one. Click OK. See? Because that is what each IO wants. They only want your zip file, not all these like loose files. Yeah. Go here, upload a new project. What is the title of this one? What are we calling this? I don't know, get shuffled. Shuffed. Get shuffled. Upload a cover image. Not from 345. We go back here to 347. Yeah, we did in fact. Oh no, skip one. Close enough. Short description or tagline. Are you sure that's your card? Classification games. Kind of project is an HTML. Release status, it's a prototype. No payments. Not even if you tried. 347, go into web. Web Zippo. I really didn't make my new playlist on the Chill Hop Tune site, where this is not in a playlist. I like the other songs, but it just feels wrong for me to keep on hearing my intro song. Play in the browser. Use Butler, double off. No, I won't. At the page, and it was 11:42 and 6:40. I'm pretty sure that's wrong. Let's find out how wrong it was. In general display, it is 11:52 and 6:40. Off by 10. Kind of like a 1, just in a... Off by a... Yeah. 11:52 by 6:48. Frame options. I got no idea, man. Description. Banana. Tags. Trijam. We'll say Trijam number 347. Submission. Theme. Questionable choices. Take on a classic game. Memory. Transparent pairs of cards. Be aware they shuffle about with every guess. High score measures the smallest amount of steps needed to clear the table. Choose cards by left clicking on them with your mouse. Okay, Trijam 347 submission. Theme, questionable choices. A take on a classic game. Game memory. Classic board game memory. Find the pairs of cards, but be aware they shuffle about with every guess. Ask our measure the smallest amount smallest amount of steps needed to clear the table. Choose cards by left clicking on them with your mouse. Game by clicking on the start button on the left. Okay, we start at any time. The run at any time. Gamne. Clicking on the start button on the left, on the lower left. And then we go here. Copy. Original music by Marlon Silva, Tiberuichi, and asset back page. Okay. Share that, I'll follow attribution. I'm like, yeah, cool. I get it, but I need quick, easy access to like just be able to copy paste your freaking desired attribution. Cool. All right. Cancel. Yeah, that's all that. Until with music and the sound effects from the reading and writing sound pack. No AI. A custom noun. Piece of junk. Save and view page. Let's see. Will it run? Or do I need to make some changes? Lower left. Yep, that needs to change. It's on the right, not the left. That's funny because when they shuffle back, I really should have chosen a sound effect for when they, for like a victory successful pair and all that. I saw you. Yep, seems to work. Put the count back on. Low score, not high score. That is very true. But high score usually is the term for the amount of the score you're trying to beat. I should have probably said like best score or something. But you have a very good point. Yeah. I was thinking about it while I was writing it down, but I was also realized like if I get stuck on words, which I easily can, I'm gonna go even more over time. Second classic board game, memory. Find the pairs of cards, but be aware they shuffle about with every guess. High score measures smallest amount of steps needed to clear the table. Choose cards by left-clicking on them with your mouse. Start game by clicking on the start on the lower right. You may restart the run at any time. And then the attributions. I'll check here's the text because the game worked just fine. The only thing I'm really iffy about now is just name, but you know what? Get shuffled. That's what it's gonna be now. Yeah, 23 minutes, not 32. 3 hours and 23 minutes. Looking for a while longer. Driving a truck in a game from Sweden to Bulgaria. Ooh, that sounds lovely. I mean, it sounds also kind of stressful, but it's one of those things. It's probably a lot more fun to do in a game than in real life. Weight of choice. Yeah, there's all these like weight of choice and things about decisions and so on that I was trying to come up with, but any idea I sort of like even vaguely considered was just seemed too complex. But memory, with some shuffling, that worked for me. This one actually feels like one of my most sort of complete games where you could turn it into something better. That and the forklift game. Get forklifted. Or whatever it's called. Yeah. Non-Mutonian cat. Lovely. Okay, so. Show yourself wisely. Ooh, that sounds like fun. Now. Well, hello there, Perk. How you doing? Good morning to you. Just finished my game. Got it set up. It is very, very simple. Right on the Trijam, get shuffled. I'm actually pretty happy with what we got, all in all. I mean, I feel like, yes, there's ways I could have done it better. But considering the troubles I had, and again, the things I learned doing this, I had a good time. Ha! Indeed. Now, that's the wrong one. That is not for you people. This is the one. Perks here, bedtime for me. Oh no! I send the Perk to bed. The Perk sent the Swick to bed. Tough times. But I can show you what I made. Where's the thing? There it is. So, tune you off a little bit. And press F5, I believe. When Hanno shows up, yeah? So, using a little loud currently. Let's do this to minus 8. Not as bad on the online version. Take it easy, lads. Thanks for hanging out, Swick. I really do appreciate it. And take it easy. Sleep well, and I hope you get good rest. And I hope I catch you on your streams when you start playing Stone Shard. Now where's my game? There it is. See, it's just click the button, and it's memory. Except they shuffle around. See, that's what I achieved today. The theme was questionable choices, and I was thinking, what's something I can realistically do in this short amount of time? And I was thinking, well, we can do. Excellent. I could do memory, but it's questionable choices because, you know, they shuffle about. Are you sure you're making the correct choice? Play Stone Shard? Yeah. I'm not going to stream it. Why not, Swick? Why would you not stream freaking Stone Shard? I mean, it's all about, you know, playing, failing, and having adventures and, you know, learning with the audience, if you will. Wasn't this a plus here? Yes, it was. Hey, I got 12. Congratulations, you win. And then you can do it again. Oh, no. The music isn't looping. Well, it's too late now. I'm not gonna fix it. Sleep? Look at this old man. Ooh, hey there, Blackthorn. How you doing? I mean, I could try it. I'm out of ideas for the stream, but it does seem like a quiet game. A lot of reading that I don't do. Yeah, I mean, well, a lot of people play for the action and so on. I mean, like, I've seen, you know, I mean, Haas has been playing it, and I can't remember the names, but I've seen many people play it. So it does seem like a fun one. And of course, because it is sort of build focused, and it is kind of a roguelike, in the sense that, you know, the world does change and so on. So a lot of people will watching it also to see how you fare with your builds and so on against the world. You know, rather than some people watch it for the story, some people watch it for the action. What's the difference between red meat and bush meat? Nutrition, pretty much. Bush meat is just low quality meat, so you don't have quite as much nutrition, and you cannot use it to make fine meals. You can pretty much only cook it over fire. You can cook with red meat, can't cook with bush meat. Yeah. I hope you're doing well, Blackthorn. Yeah, so this game, and as you just noticed, yes, I fucked up so bad because I didn't have it on. It doesn't loop the music. It plays through it once. Oh well. And I'm happy with the sound effects. You know, we found multiple, and it does shift between them. So I'm happy with that one. Is that one of bush turkeys and boars? Now boars get good meat. The fuck is bush meat? Vintage story. That's very true. I'll switch bush meat. Now that's what you get at festivals. You get real down and dirty with it. And attract more deer, though. That's always a challenge. You have to figure out like traps, make big pits, and so on. Maybe chase them down. That's why might as well start changing, I guess. I get pingas at festivals. Nobody eats. I wasn't talking about that kind of meat there. That all you had in Australia was bushmeat. That's a good point, Blackthorn. Bedtime? Thanks for hanging out, Swick. So save the red meat and eat the bushmeat then. Kinda. I mean, you can eat whatever. I usually try to eat away the bushmeat because I don't like waste. But then, red meat is where you make the really like good meat from good food from that has will sustain you for a longer time. Good night, sweet prince, indeed. Good night, sweet Swick. What am I doing? Oh, all right. We're doing here. We're clicking there. And I click here. And to say, don't save. And we do it all again. Just to annoy Swick. Because it's important. Trijam was submitted. The thing worked. Nah, I don't need that. And then we start changing the category. And dancing. Boom. DJ producer, we're trying to keep these episodic for the casual stories. This will be episode 7. So what's today's theme? Working on the workshop. There we go. I'm gonna make like multiple versions of my live scene for different games, I think. So I think I can then combine that with streamer bot in a way, so that I can have different kind of redeems for different games, like automated from like one button. Wow, get all the settings for this thing and so on. Should be doable. Oh, completely forgot to check. Did that? Alright, I'll have to wait for the machine to think. Then I go check did my category change actually go through. H wood has more burn temp. You should tell that to block dress. The fillets. She'd be very excited to hear about you using aged wood as firewood. I mean, there's the aged firewood. I keep on finding it and I keep on like just grabbing it because, you know, I think it looks kind of funny. I mean, it looks neat. Hold on. I look forward to her reaction. Yeah. Me too, friend. Me too. Now, what the heck did we get done last night? So let's say, do we have anything? That's a whole bunch of rots. Well, that's fine. Only 4 liters. How did I get rots out of a... I don't. That's... yeah. Like that. I did find a lovely vessel. Oh, right, we had a whole bunch of meat and stuff. I was thinking, like, I'll totally remember to cook with this stuff. Nope, no, I didn't. We do have some bread, though, so that'll keep us going. We have even more bread, and then charred bread, cured red meat, some more rots, a whole bunch of veggies, and a large amount of alcohol. Almost, that's 6 liters of honey. No, hell yeah. We can live off wine. What time is it in the eats? April. Oh, I pretty much missed winter. Nice. How are the pigs? Still alive? And successfully reproduced. Lovely. The shed has the pig feed. It wouldn't happen to have that extra trough. Wait, or is it in my inventory? No. Put it somewhere. I was thinking like, well, we got more piggies now. We should have more troughs so it's easier to keep them fed. And I need to cover the ground in cob because I think it looks like a fun kind of soil for pigs. Oh, sparse grass will grow on cob. I did not know that. As long as it remains sparse, I'd be happy with it because I don't like the long grass around there. Hiding my pigs from me. I need to see them. I need to see them grow. To know when they're all nice and supper. Ready for the butchering table. Last time she passed by my place, she redone the whole farm. Nice. Yeah, I'm glad I got my lanterns done as well because now the windmill is much better illuminated. And last time we also did find time to smelt some gold, 1 tin bronze ingot, and the silver we found. So we can make a couple of more silver plates for more lanterns. Making the bacon, exactly. That is exactly what we're working on here. Brown coal and charcoal, we can live in there for now. Same as these candles. I'm just trying to remember what the heck I was like working on. Don't throw the candles away. Put them in here. So we make more lanterns. And we gotta make more... Yeah. That's one of the things we need. More reeds. For more skeps. For more bees. For more wax. For more candles. Because I do believe I had like 3 chandeliers by now. 2 or 3. And we can fill them all with candles. Now this entire structure needs to move 1 block to the left and 1 block that way because I want this road to remain straight, and then I want there to be 1 block between this road and that guy, and same this way in how this is in relation with the torque stone. Then again, moving the road is far less trouble. Maybe I'll do that instead. That would be the smart thing to do, yeah? Alright. Compost keeps on being made. I've apparently forgotten to plant anything. Cabbage, a whole bunch of sunflower, a little bit of flax. Nothing too bad. And then what? Okay, we'll plant that large trough. And... yeah. How far is 1,000 blocks from spawn? It's not It's far enough, I'd say, but it's nothing too crazy. What? That's what I get for forgetting the door open. Like, I'm 18,000 blocks from the from spawn for whoa. Get smacked, yo. Ooh, cog. Nice. It's good to stay around spawn for a while, as long as you don't go too crazy with your build. Especially if you just started. Yeah, exactly. You know, I went far away, but I've been playing the game for a while. It's always a difference, you know, if you know what you're doing, it's easy to set off and so on. But if you don't know what you're doing, then it's definitely worth it to take the time to figure it all out. I think Cobb was just... yeah, grass. You could turn on your cohort with Control V to see if you're 1k out. 1400 blocks south from spawn. Check if you see me on the map. Sure. Blackthorn. There you are. Got your line, stay small, then get some things going after that, then move around the area. Maybe it's about 30 minutes to walk from spawn if you don't run. Yeah. There's your little Disengineer, Mikey Wayfaring, Nexus, Rift, Blackthorn themselves right there. And James, 222 over there. So you see a bunch. And I just traveled a whole bunch to get far south. And even here we have Cyborged. So, where's the puppy himself? And then some Wookiee brother lived there, and that would be Neon's base, Neon End. And straight north for me, I don't see it here, but I do know there's an island here with a crater lake in the middle, where the Twitching and his crew is living in. And I don't think there'll be too much problems. Yeah. I'm Southern Pup. Yep. It makes sense. I think most of us who moved down to the south have learned the hard way of, you know, life on a multiplayer server. When you don't control time, you don't want too much winter. Good old winter surprise. Now, if I played very actively, though, I would probably have stayed would happily have stayed further north. But I'm trying not to play this every day. Just make sure I play other games, and also so I don't burn out. Because I have learned from other casuals multiplayer servers, namely Gasheim, that I will I will very easily burn myself out in a game like this. Survival crafters are very enjoyable in my opinion. People are current, so all resources will be consumed really quickly around spawn. Yeah, that too. And also there was also then another reason why I didn't want to be part of the resource drain around spawn. Because I knew I could survive on my own. You know, and I know, like just casual said, because one of the ideas is to maintain the server as a beginner-friendly one. So I wanted to make sure beginners would have as much resources as possible, without me being there on a drain. Plus, you know, if I move far away enough, I can monopolize all the lovely resources. So it's not, you know, purely altruistic. Okay, cool. So about south from it. We find a build here then? Yeah. I do my best to bring some resource spawn when I get the chance. Yeah, as long as you don't too close to someone else, it should be fine, I think. Yeah. It's usually a sort of multiplayer survival crafter rule of thumb that I at least try to follow is like, as long as I can't see anyone else's base, I should be sort of okay. Do a little bit of a run around so I make sure I'm not too close. Here's my nice little quartz silver gold mine, which turned out to be rather fruitful. Okay. And I gotta make some bacon. Soon. Not yet, though. Oh, Tootin's about to start. Quick, eat the bread. Oh, haha, just beat the toots. It's kinda nice to have people a bit close. Not too close, but reasonably close. Yeah, exactly. I get that. You can go take a walk around town, see what people build. Oh, that is also very true. That is something I do kind of, I'd say a little bit regret with moving so far south, is just sort of missing out on all the cool things people are doing. Oh, look at them piggies. Ate everything. As well they should. This occasion would be temporary, so until the end of the new winter coming, and I move as soon as I get settled in afterwards. I'll pick a secluded spot for a big build later. Ooh, it would be very lonely. Yeah. It can get a little lonely. But at the same time, I don't know, maybe it's also the sort of Finnishness. We like our little solitude. I like knowing there are neighbors, I like knowing where they are, and I like knowing that they're not too close. We need our personal space. Too bad, piggies. You'll be running around in the dirt. As well you should. Mucking in the filth as you do. Enjoying those mud baths. Hey, Twitching. Nice factory you got there. Yeah. Gotta make that bacon, yo. Make a visit near your Hondo if you like. Throw some onions at your house. Yep, that's very true. You can. And hey there, Twitching. Hope you're doing well. And the lag bender. Want you can visit me anytime. Maybe give me some tips as well from time to time. Ooh. I was played somewhere with 6 or 7 people on the same small island. I did enjoy it until some stopped and it felt empty all of a sudden. Oh. There we go. Now we got a nice little factory. I just need to, let's see here. Now we can fit a 4th one. Just look in here. Actually, we'll take these loafers with us. I'll leave the cob. Grass can hang out for now. From here, I'll get a stack of flax grain. Only for you. Meanwhile, we are mass producing shingles because, good grief, keeping up with the aesthetic is a grind. Yeah. Can be. Takes a lot of work to look this beautiful, you know? With all them shingles, keeping the house worked out. I feel like trying with some wooden ones here as well. But mostly it'll be ceramic, and I'll have to make the same for that one eventually. Or if I find a nice large copper vein, I might be doing something silly that I keep on trying to do, but then never really get around to finishing it, which is making a copper roof. That shit takes a while. Darn Mediterranean. It's true. It is pretty darned. Alright, them gears are doing okay. Got 5 of these. Oh. I see. I'll have to get them some more flowers. Thought they were doing better. Thank you, Hannes Golden, for the follow. I do appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful day, friend. Hoppas ha det bra. Nice seeing a fellow Nordic. I remember you being sweet. Hi, Gain. I'd take the dirt off of your hands if you want me to. Oh, need all the soil? No, I don't. Feel free to grab him. I keep on thinking I'll find uses for this, and every now and then I do, but, you know, not gonna run out now, is it? But yeah. Twitching, feel free. Let's go. And I guess I should work on these farms. Listen to the amount of rammed earth and roads we got unfinished is wild. Oh, I can imagine. Rammed earth seems neat and all, but I just haven't... It's such a, like, a new resource for me. I've never really built anything with it. Now I started experimenting with it a little bit, and also then realized that, oh, apparently everybody's building with this stuff. But I just didn't know. Now what are we planting here? Amaranth. Yeah. Sunflower. Maybe spelt. Or maybe not. And then some soybeans. Just because I don't know if I've seen many soybeans around. Only got 6 of them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then the rest. Amaranth. And the Daub, the darn Daub. So any voyages to the south so far? Nope, not really that much. Solrosor on Swedish, also known as sun roses. Yep. And in Finnish it's auringonkukka, which is just sunflower also. Now, it's probably cold still for a little while. Now, Spelt has a... Actually, no, Spelt is just fine. So we could do a little bit of nippies. Nippies. Just so we have some variety from the eternity that is freaking onions. And then this guy gets Spelt. If nothing else, I want to make some Spelt ale. I'm not around to that one yet. And then, you know, we have copper things, and if I have some more lead, then we can make the distillery, and we can start working on brandy and all the other good stuff. Oh, by the way, Anu, we might be getting a sauna on our side soon. TM needs your approval once it's done, of course. And that sounds pretty cool. Yeah, I was sort of thinking because you could use a forge to look like the hot rocks, but I'll make it if I can find some other ways. Saltpeter, bone meal, and that is very true. I did try... Yep, pumpkins have kind of succeeded. Let's see if my math... It seems to have kind of worked. They're mostly okay. Mature pumpkin. Withered pumpkin plant. Slow release fertilizer is helping them out as well. Pumpkin. Pump. Noise. Oh yeah, I'll visit sometime. I'm still new to the game myself. So tips, for tips, you're much better asking for the global chat or Discord. Yeah. And also, if you ever have a chance, yeah, Perk, whether he's on the server or somewhere else, he's often streaming Vintage Story. He has a lot of experience in the game, so he has a lot of good tips. I'll help as much as I can, as well, of course, even though I'm not anywhere near as knowledgeable. I need more storage solutions. Now, those there, these bushes. Why is there flax in here? No one knows. Mysteries of the world, eh? Mysteries of the world. I think Perk misses huffing the rifts. That is very true. That's why he went. He's also, two-timing the server with those rusty gears and other cool boys. Cool kids. There we go. So, Kabaj is done. Thankfully, I got to the rye before, the winter was over. Because it will die the heck out. I think, was it rye? Yeah. Cold resistant, but not heat resistant. And heat is more of an issue around here, eh? And then, a little bit of flax. My small flax farms. Only flax. We roll around here. Especially because I saw what little I saw of the wonderful event that was the farmer's market. I was thinking, well, what I could do is make clothes. I am the tailor. And there's a reason for these flax farms. So I could try to get my hands on more stuff to make some more dyes. And just, make clothes and armor. Especially the tailored Gambesian one. And then the sewing kits. Those are things people usually like. Time to eat some licorice. Ooh, licorice is nice. Not for Perk though. Ooh. Not everyone enjoys licorice. Just like not everyone likes salmiakki. Bit of an acquired taste. There we go. A little bit of linen. Oh, yeah. By the way, were those the bag that comes from... Where's the bag come from that holds the seeds? Those are some deep and important and like philosophical questions. No one knows. They come from somewhere beyond the rifts. The other side. Can anyone truly know where your seed bag comes from? Talked about the German licorice equator the other day. The northern half of Germany likes licorice. The southern half calls it the bear's filth. Well, all the more licorice for the rest of us, eh? But everyone needs to enjoy life. Some of them can suffer in silence. There goes bags. Most likely. Very spoopy. I just remembered, oh yeah, I made a whole new freaking thing here. Well, just for them pack from some of these here flaxy grains. Licorice was medicine at first too. Yeah. I mean, even still, you know, it's you have to be careful with it if you have a heart condition, because I do believe it increases blood pressure. Liver damage, well, you need a lot, and it meant a lot to kill your actually liver from lung. Yeah, but then again, yeah, the liver handles your poison filtration in the blood, so it's many things will eventually stress it out if you eat just enough. Thankfully, that enough is actually quite a large amount, so it's not too bad. And these were produced from crafting from mature pumpkins into seeds, so we can make easily more pumpkins with the magic of pumpkin. Quick lime, onion, silver. What? Do these work? That cranberry and the silver ingot. Only poison is candy, so I'm fine. Yeah, I got him through 2 tubes of licorice by the Bulov in just a couple of days. Oh, from Bulov. I know them. They make the chocolate licorice balls. I quite enjoy them. How many grams are they? Westland Puppy, how many grams are you doing? Snorting that little licorice powder right in your little puppy snoot. And 15G, but also mostly chocolate. Yeah, I like those chocolate balls. They're very tasty. And because they can be, there's a lot of interesting flavorings done with those here as well. There we go. And nobody got no time for no heckin' crop rotation. Well, I mean, we should. I'm dumb. And couldn't decide what to do. There we go. Spelt seeds. Spelt for the rest. I think I'll leave the sunflowers because they just, look nice. There we go. Alright, farms have been adequately maintained. Grab their food and things back. Cabbage will be okay for... Oh, that'll probably hold for quite a while. 1.2 years. Excellent. Then the sea about getting... Okay, there's a whole bunch of spelt here being ground. Here we go. Crop rotation for nerds who can read and count and have a concept of time. That is very true, but I also realize I've been out of the game again for months, so I'm wondering, like, how much does it actually affect with the way I do my farming? Kilogram of candy at a time. I often do that myself, and that is why I'm heavily overweight. And I need to stop. Or there's dirt instead of it's fine. That's very true. Just rotate the cube and you put it on the fresh side and it'll be a-okay. That's how it works, right? No, we're gonna need... Okay. Yeah. There we go. Another wooden trunk. Just for my linen things. There we go. So 724. Oh, well, it's the same. Have a high calorie burning body. Well, good for you, man. Staying away from sweets for months now. If I eat something, it's a really dark chocolate. Ooh, that's a good call in Invisible, because it really is a sort of very mental thing as well, controlling how much access you have to, like, really sweet things that way. And I found the same, that if I control my access to, things that feel and taste like too sweet, it's easier to, not eat too many sweets. Dark Chocolaw is good, but I like the sweetness more. And again, I baked cookies like 3 times. Yeah, cookies, not candy, snacks. I don't know, man. What am I looking at? Hey there, Albert WV001. You're looking at Vintage Story. Playing on a lightly modded multiplayer server by Casual Elephant. He was a wonderful Twitch streamer. And I'm trying to remember what I was supposed to do. So we dealt with the farms. We need to build this thing. Which means we need to go deal with some of our piggies. Not a fun thing you can do if you have a normal wheat flour in your mouth for 15 minutes, it'll become sweet because human spit will have broken down a bit to sugar. Neat. That actually is. Ooh, is pregnant. Gen 1. Gen 1. So now we'll have to find the old pigs. Gen 1. Gen 2. Gen 1. I think we have at least one progenitor Gen 0 here somewhere. Oh, and she's pregnant too. Tragic. Gotta sell some of that pre-bacon. Nice. Run, pig, run. Never mind. Fly to my kid when he asks for sweets from now on. Yeah. Suck on this flour. That's all Daddy's got for you. Just suck on this. Suck on the flour. It'll be okay, son. Trust me. They told me about this on the internet. Set the 14 minutes. Yeah. Whoa, what the heck happened there? There we go. Some mild duping, but it got unduped. Also worked with oatmeal, also less of a choking hazard. Yeah. Okay, piggies are eating. All is good. That goes there. Then we have leather prep. Quite dark here. We need one more lantern there. Wouldn't happen to have a lantern just like in a chest somewhere? I'd be surprised. I think I made like quite a few. Right now. Wow. Right there on the YouTube side. Right. By the way, never get tricked into eating a spoonful of cinnamon powder. It can be damaging to your lungs if it absorbs the water in the lungs and damages them if inhaled. Yes. And it sounds very painful and bad. And also because, you know, it's spicy. It burns. I never really understood what would drive a person to say yes to that. Silly, silly idea. It's good old cinnamon challenge. So would you like permanent chemical burns inside your mouth? Suck on the cinnamon. It'll be okay. Alright. We're slowly getting somewhere. Spicy. It's a bark. Yeah. It's not spiky as in capsaicin, but it's spicy because, you know, it does give, you know, the burning sensation, which is usually what capsaicin does. The bark from cinnamon trees. I wouldn't happen to have any sticks around here, no? No. So I'm gonna need some sticks so I can make some more blue cloth. So I can empty that one barrel. Then I'm gonna need to do some chiseling experiments. I meant strong taste. Yeah, you know, because it burns your mouth. So that way it's spicy. Capsaicin does have a spicy burn, but it isn't the only thing that has burn to it. No, ginger will burn you. Ginger is spicy. Strong flavor. Much spice. I don't like spicy food, but I have no problem with cinnamon and ginger shots. Yeah. And most people who have like issues with the whole spicy food is usually specifically exactly the capsaicin. And personally, I'm not a fan of the whole spicy food movement kind of thing, because it became a sort of like showboating of who can tolerate the most burn. And it's like, well, that's not fun anymore, because I do like some spicy food that has really good taste. But if I can no longer taste the food and all I taste is, you know, pain, I'm not really enjoying myself anymore. Don't need coffee? Ginger coffee? I don't think I've tried ginger coffee. Is that legal in Sweden? No, might be, Dampus. How are you doing, Dampus? In Finland as well, coffee is mandatory. You get beaten publicly with sticks if you don't drink your coffee. I just drink energy drinks or coffee. Yeah, good call. The whole caffeine thing can mess you up. Alright. Pigs are mostly dealt with. The smithy, for it to grow, would require stuff. My ADHD is enough for my body. Yeah, but the funny thing about ADHD is, I am also medicated, is caffeine helps me focus, calms me down. 6 plugs get the full 27, or 3 across the bottom sideways, 3 across the top pointing down. Sugar for me as well? Yeah, I barely drink coffee anymore either, to be honest, just socially. I like the taste of coffee, so I drink a lot of coffee, pretty much. And I also do my medication, of course. I remember when I started my ADHD meds, I had to start drinking decaf because it gave me such strong heart palpitations. But then the body adjusted, and now I can enjoy my normal coffee again. Even though I don't drink quite as much as I've done during my heaviest coffee drinking times. Self-medicating with caffeine and alcohol is problematic since it's hard to regulate the amount. Oh, yes. That is why I was in my early 20s. I was pretty much I was straight up was a high-functioning alcoholic for many years. Pretty glad I got out of that. I got out of that hole. Right, raw red meat. That's what I was. I kept on thinking no, I came here for something, but why was I specifically here? Oh yeah, putting my meat away. That's what. There we go. So meat has been put away. I saw Oogle there talking about the plugs, which reminded me, yes, there's another tool we require, which is made from meteoric iron ingots. How many did we get from one set? Now mead IRL. Yeah, mead can be quite good. Mjöd. Lovely, lovely mjöd. Also, ADHD meds can be broken with caffeine. There was a kid in Sweden that drank 10 cans a day of energy drinks, and he needed super strong ADHD meds for them to do any effect at all since they got broken by the drinks. Ah, well. That's kind of messed up. But in many ways, not too surprising. We got Stick and Hammerhead. There we go. He needed less when he stopped with the energy drinks. Well, I'm not surprised. Energy drinks they're too much. 10 cans a day. That's insane. I mean, that's one of the big, I will agree with all the sort of criticism of a lot of the youth nowadays. And, well, side, of course, of all the companies marketing it to them like a freaking soda drink. Energy drinks will fuck you up. They are, at best, a tool. Tool you should not be abusing. Now see here, meteoric iron plated plugs requires 1 ingot. You never have enough clay for anything. That is very true. And they cologne bony. Caffeine, all the 15 plants we know have caffeine in them. We humans are planted and farmed separately in different places in history. Yeah. I'd only consume water. Ah. Longhorn's a bit of caffeine, but with the other forms too, so it's a bit different. Yeah, it has other things in it. Yes, true. But caffeine is often used as a flavoring agent, similar to Coca-Cola. I didn't realize they were made in this way. It's gonna suck ass. Well, that'll be 4. We got me 2, so let me 6 of them. So we get like 3 by 6s at least. Yeah, fair enough. No, it's VS Devlog. That moss, overgrown ruin, making hype. Ooh, Lord Tempest. I haven't seen it. I'm a bad nerd. I don't follow any of the updates for pretty much anything that I game. I just play the game. Everyone's like following. Oh, this is coming. That is coming. This is real. That is real. Oh no, something so cool. I'm like, neat. No food? Well, sometimes you gotta fast, you know? You gotta fast so you can slow. Now we do pip and boop. All you need to do is follow Parker, really. That is very true. I'll either learn it from him or his chat. Shit. Caffeine is an easy for plants to make by mistake. It's really close to seeing the need for photosynthesis. When they make it, it's really close. When they make it super big advantage because it's poisonous to other plants, so they poison the soil and get more room, less stuff to eat them. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. It's true about many of the chemicals we make use of from plants and spices and so on. It usually is a form of self-defense that we, just as very large creatures, can choose to ignore because we're big like that. and our livers are bigger. So that which would kill an ant or a wasp would just give us a nice little tingle. Or that would really overcharge and break their nervous system. Instead gives us a little bit of a pepper in the morning. Helps us stay awake. Good old caffeine. How long did it take you not to worry about food anymore? Not too long, to be honest, but that's again because it was summer in the game world, and I collected what I needed, and I sailed far south, and I harvested a lot of things that I knew that'll last well. I replanted a lot of berry bushes, and now especially with the animals, and then I got my farms going, so they really did in the end end up helping me quite a lot. Wacky. Also, insects have the same symptoms as humans when consuming caffeine. They just don't have a good poison-removing organ like us. Yeah. And, dosage. Caffeine will kill you. Large enough doses, which then for a small animal, like an insect, well, they will easily get very large amounts of it. PSDA plants self-defense artillery. For me, it was after setting up my first little farm. Sadly, it was after the first winter, which was rough. 2 grams for humans, if I don't remember. Could be. I don't remember these details. Well, halfway there. Now I just need even more meteoric iron, which is still, something I'm gonna hunt down anyway, so not too much of a problem. Now, what was it that I ran out of? I have this glass. Of course, you could make some things with other stuff. Moon rock iron. Yeah. Basically, I'm going to have a rough time until my farm gets online. Most likely, yes. And it won't take too long for it to get, as you say, online once you just get there. But it can be a little bit of a rough ride to get there. So I've got a meteoric iron. We have. You know what? I'm gonna leave the fancy hammer here. We're gonna bring this one with us. Where are we? What's spelt good for? You can turn it into porridge, or if you have a quern, you can mill it into flour, and you can bake it into bread, and you can turn the flour, combine it with water to make ale as well. So, alcohol. In winter, I survived eating raccoons every day. Still learning. So it took me longer to figure everything out. Yeah. It takes a while. I remember my first times playing this game. It was a rough ride, but a fun one. An interesting challenge. And nowadays, like I said, because I have enough experience to sort of know what to look for, what to prioritize at what situation, and so on. Now, of course, I am no perk. But I do okay. Now I have food. Yeah, the plugs, because I want more stone. We need more stone for this tower, among other things, and we got some fat already for the axles. And more on the way. We should probably then mark and kill off all the excess males. We don't need more than one, pretty much. I should do a run for more resin. And that is marking for decent native copper. So I should do some checks over here. I didn't have to survive winter, thankfully. Or trash pandas. Well, they can only blame God for making them so damn delicious. I was learning a few things in single player till I joined after winter. Good move. And some sand for the sand window, right? Yeah, but I don't need that many sand windows. I have my fancy quartz windows. What do these do? Nothing I'm sort of working on. But I guess that's a good reminder. Do you need more windows? Oh, did you leave all the quartz up here? Of course I did. There we go. And that's another thing I need. Another charcoal burn. See-through windows, yes. I'm the best teacher. Desperation teaches a lot of things to a man. Just remember that. Oh yeah, I need to do the old resin run. Any new beasties in the beast hole? Nope. Maybe I've put in a trough and try to lure some of them in there. That could work. You find a magical butt deer. Butt deer. There we go. Alright, some mild ankle breaking, nothing too bad, nothing we can't survive. Really, who needs 10 toes anyway? Well, thankfully I got a few things when I joined the morning to help me out. Some seeds and a pie to start with. Someone also gave me a temporal gear to set my spawn point, so I'm happy. Well, that is very nice. Yeah, it's always fun with casuals games and casuals servers. There's a lot like, you know, nice people. A lot of people very willing to help. Yeah, it's quartz. Yep. Good humans, yeah. Yes, mass a superb community over the years. Very, very true. Good, tasty. And mean, kind people. Yeah, I'm glad I found Casual's community. It's been a very lovely place. Good place to hang out in. lovely folks to stream with and stream to. Lovely people to who streams to watch and enjoy. And a wonderful place to just play games and hang out. And yeah, here, if you didn't know, resin collected from trees. So if you find some, mark it on your map and make sure not to cut down that tree. Because we can't make resin producing trees. Not on this server. I do believe there are some mods that allow you to manually make your own. Same casual community is great. Glad to hear it. I found you as well. Moist goblins forever. Yeah, moist goblins. Them soggy boys. Soggy for the win. Oh, but thanks. Sad I was not able to catch that stream so far. Ah, that sucks. By the way, the old saying, Kyostri killed the cat, is not the original one. It's kindness killed the cat. Since the cat was kind not to eat the mouse and starved. Oh, alright. Fair enough. And in Invisible, you're saying you haven't been able to catch Casual? Yeah, he's been having some longer breaks lately, you know. Real life work getting in the way, and also he's been focusing on building the server, maintaining the server, and working on his chatbot. He needs to reclaim the crown with the most complicated fart machine on Twitch. I haven't even started on mine. I really should start building my own point system and adding a fart machine. It's just not the same without one. Now is it? Alright, let's do it the perky way. First no, don't eat the resin, eat the bread. And then we dig. Long range, chance based. Take that first one. Then do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh wait, no. Damn it, my bad. Oh well, either way. One more sample. I got confused there in between. Decent native copper. What the hell is this? We're like freaking trapped there somehow. Oof. Don't drown. Yeah, using a net or a trap. And 9.57. Oh, slightly more. Got a lantern. Never mind the net comments. And then we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2. Nope. New. I need to close to the surface. Nope. And yeah, the whole net thing. I was assuming you were talking about fishing, but yeah, no fishing. I don't think, yeah, the fishing doesn't really exist. The waterfall tricks, yeah. The water ladder is a very handy tool. When you know how to use it. Alright, density search. Come on. Decent native copper 11.88. I'm tempted to like just check your like again then south of this place. You're a strong swimmer, then you can swim up a waterfall, follow 1 cubic meter a sec. That's very true. And then Anthoric, hope you're doing well. Very poor native copper now 10. Alright, so then we'll have a look at straight north. We'll try here. And here's even less native copper. It's interesting. So what about we try then one in the smack dab in the middle of all these. So here. Thinking for Cougar Gold? Might be. I just noted that there might be some local copper here. All right. One, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Lintang. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 4, 6, 7. Three, 4, 6, 7. Six. Yeah, it doesn't look too promising here. Hey. Well, I guess we found the copper, eh? Oh, and the quality is rich. That's nice. Let's hope it's a bountiful, a large vein. And then Camilla J. Nura, what are you looking for? I mean, currently, just because I noticed that there might be some copper here, and I was very low on copper. So depending on how much copper I find, I might do some changes to my future plans. So I've been working on my shingle roofs, but hey, if we find a large enough, like a vein of copper, maybe I can finally start doing some dumb shit like copper roofs. Nice, I wish you the best in your search. Well, thank you, Neuro. Thank you very much. And I wish you the best of luck with all your prospecting searches as well. Yeah, these are looking good now. Well, at least we got some copper from here. Oh. Local sampling. No ore. Trace amounts. So we keep on finding trace amounts. It goes here then. About here? They're all finding trace amounts. Okay then. Neat little side vein here, eh? Alright. Thinking beasties, I hear you clicking away. Messing with my sandwich time. How about you? Ooh, medium amounts. And you, my friend. Large amounts. How about here? Small amounts. Very large amounts. No ore need. No ore node nearby. There we go. My suspicions were correct. Well, this quality is poor. Well, still copper, yo. Finally, to gather my first handful's worth of copper. Ooh, well done, Gimbrothicus. Takes a while to get that first one. And then you get your tools, then you can start mining proper. Start prospecting. Only in the good times. And I just realized that after we're done here, I do need more iron. I do believe we processed all the bloom materials that I had. So I need to visit my iron mine again. I remember it being pretty bountiful. So hopefully I remember correctly. What I really want is a recipe to make soup stock out of bones and fat. Now that would be pretty cool. Then it'd be like water for cooking, but it gives me meat. Yeah. Yeah, I would agree that the soup system feels a little, and you know, stocks and things are a little underdeveloped. Because you know we have the fat, we have the bones and all that kind of stuff, so it could be, would make, you know, perfect sense, like narratively, technically, to be able to make your bone broths and whatnot. And then that instead of everything turning into a stew, you can make all kinds of soups. And then, you know, depending on your stock, and that would also then affect the, you know, the final quality and value of the soup itself. The bone is already real good, except I can't recycle bones. I mostly just want a way to delete bones. Yeah. Now bones do make decent what's the word now? Like fertilizer, though. So that's neat. Make your bone meal. Grind that down. Spread it on your crops. Get some of those nutrients back. Isn't it for nitrogen, I think? I'm feeling some chores and luck. Have a good one, guys. Well, thank you, Blackthorn. I appreciate it. It's always nice seeing you around. I hope the chores go well. 4 water portions and 4 bone make weak bone broth, and each additions 4 per serving per slot increases the satiety. Yeah, I mean, that kind of stuff would be pretty neat. So I would agree the bones and things are a little just, you know, there. I don't feel like they do much. Small amounts. That's more than trace. Medium amounts. That's a trace. Ah. Okay. Bones in this game don't really feel nutritious. They lack some meat pieces, etc. in the visual aspect. Non-perishable, but only storable in crocs. Yeah. I mean, no, it should be perishable. Everything rots, you know. If you can eat it, so can a bunch of bacteria. They do revisit the food system in cooking. What they should do is add butchery hook, so that you can do some better yields by carrying carcasses home. I do agree with that. The butchering mod is super fun. I quite enjoy it. One, 2, 3. Can I go to sleep tonight knowing my crops will be safe, or do I still have to water them every 5 hours? No. You don't need to water them. They just need to have the hydration. That's why I like to plant mine next to a water block, if possible. Beware of the ocean. Seawater will actually dry it out. And so on. They should be safe, though. I don't think they fully dry out unless you build in the sea kind of thing. And, which one do you play with? I've never used them before. Are they good? I played on Percussus server, the Crow's Nest, and they had the butchering mod there, and I've had a ton of fun with it. I think there's just one real proper butchery mod. So from here we got a large amount, from here we got a large amount. 1, 2... They got a very large amount. So I feel like we've got less when we went up. Now the sleepings that I planted in a low fertility soil, they were going to grow. The low fertility pretty much means it grows slowly. You see the growth percentage when you look at the soil. I'm planting my crops in medium soil. Yeah. Build on dry land. Use a watering can. Yeah, well, better late than never. I mean, it still works. You can use a watering can. I'm lazy. So once I get access to buckets, then it's, all the way down to Bucket Town, So the quality of the soil in that way doesn't really matter, other than they have more of the nutrients, so things will grow faster and will be less heavily dependent on stuff like crop rotation. That's what I was afraid of. Well, got all the nuggies that I got. Now it's time to make our way back home. Thinking about it, do crops even die without water? Do they just stop growing? I think I've only seen them really die if the hydration goes to absolutely zero. And I've only seen that happen, at least on my crops, once, which was with seawater. So I guess they could. It's more often than not, I'm seeing my crops die to heat, actually, more than anything. Okay. Killing goats. I was not really expecting that. That should be quite nice. God damn it. Give the put down cob. The grass is back. Like for me, I am in an area where it rains commonly. That is also, yes, good rain. So I guess they might actually dry out in like a desert and you don't water them. That's a good point. Rains commonly, so it should be fine as long as I can take this pit around my crops, the ladder, and a trap door going up. Damn it, Gibbs. I like to yell. It happens. It happens. Alright. I'm going to hang on to some of this andesite stone. And the clay stone, sandstone, and stone. Alright, all stone down, I guess. We'll do that. And in here, I can loop there and do that. Decent amount of copper, I'd say. I'm got some of this resin here. Yeah, I needed only 16 for making 2 of these, which but does mean I need a large amount of sticks, a couple of stacks of sticks, pretty much. Sorry about that. Oh. So There we go. We got clay, we got mortar, we got splitter plugs, we got some food. Alright guys, I'm gonna join the fanatics on a pan for my copper, which means I need lots of sand and gravel. Yeah. I had to do some panning to get my first stuff. Then when you have your tools, you can do your prospecting. It gets easier. If we go far enough south, we did find cool things. And the cool ruins. We need to bring glue. But I think we should go down and pretty much just focus on getting our hands on purple heart or ebony. So tree seed, tree hunting would be the way to go. And while we're doing it, hunt down some sticks. Although we could just go here and do some stick gathering. In fact, I'm gonna leave you here. And you there. And I'll grab you again. We're gonna make some pickaxes. Ah, we got goobers out there. Should be enough. Hey there, Depot. Hope you're doing well. Nice seeing you around, friendo. And I realized because it takes pretty much the same amount of fuel to heat up 4 of these as 1. We might as well make 4 pickaxes. Depending on how worn out the hammer gets, maybe we'll make 3 pickaxes and 1 hammer. The prospecting pick is doing okay for now. No need to rush on that one. Man, we need to do some more mining for more iron ore and so on, and that will take more pickaxes as well, so might as well, get prepped. There we go. 1. Nice when your tools are a lot more durable with better metals, but ain't no steel. And apparently I'm doing freaking meteoric iron stone plugs again, so now I need to keep my eyes open for that stuff as well. Not the best choice, to be honest. But it'll get the job done. And it'll look good doing it. And it allows for the 6x6 gray 6x6x6 block of stone to be mined, which is very nice. The actual chisels themselves will probably just make out of iron, because why not? As well as the all the other cool chiseling tools. And the pen things and whatnots. Now there was the pallet things, and I'm just really intrigued to see if Casual left those active. Well, the hammer's about to break. Kind of feel like just making another hammer again. You know, the like shiny paint palettes and things. I'm thinking, well, can I make things like extra insanely gaudy? Probably can. Didn't even need to whip out the backup. At least not yet. Like I can go there. We'll leave those there as well. Oh, we have the... Yeah, we'll survive. We'll get some... Oh, no, what the heck? We'll get some of those sticks first. Yeah, definitely need a light there, though. Didn't I have one? No, that's what I'm making the glass for. No. There we go. Heckin' hungry piggies. Yeah, if you need, here, have some more. Oh, you guys so hungry. So once we're back from our adventures, then we'll also have to go and, well, cull the herd a little bit. Well, that's then. Not yet. Not just yet. Yeah, we'll get rid of the excess males, especially if there's any Gen 2 males. We'll keep only that one. Maybe 2 of them. Any older ones, older gens, gotta go. And, I guess after the next batch of babies are born, then we'll have to call all the Gen 1 females as well. Ooh. There's 2 of you doggies. Stab you in the freaking forehead, I will. I'm here. Dang, got the bastard. Someone got horsetail growing on some of my empty farm blocks. Yeah, they do that. It's one way of like sort of farming horsetail, if you will, is leaving your farm blocks empty. One thing I didn't know until I was told by Blockdress. Oh no. You don't support you can't really support orphans here, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Doggo. I had to go. There we go. Freaking love it. Yeah. That way, you know, if you plant your cattail roots and you leave your field you make some field blocks, you leave them fallow, then you got a decent access to healing items that way. Poor puppy. It was tragic, yeah. Oh frick, I got so focused on the wolves that I caused frontal collision in game. It's almost the end of the delivery. I'm learning to save. It'd be too much pain to not to do so. Oh no! You can do it. I believe in you, Invincible GE. Where'd we go? That way. You know, 3 hours, nice, yeah. It's at that point, you know, it's one of those, you know, you put in a lot of effort. It'd be a shame if something were to go wrong at that last stretch. I believe in you. You can do it. You worked hard to make this delivery happen, Ben. Gosh darn it. You will deliver. Come on. We need them sticks. All of our various mechanical needs. And most importantly, yes, I just remember what today's goal was, to work on the workshop, not to go hunting for ebony. Even if I want to do it, I'll just have to contain myself. You see, what we can do was in fact just what I said I would do later, which is dealing with the pigs, because we do need the fat for a bunch of the mechanisms. So dealing with them would be smarter. Neat. Some shitty surface copper. But it's still surface copper. But it's still copper. So, worth it. And we should have a bunch of dirt blocks in our inventory, so we can use those to build a little pillar out of here. And we're good to go. Oh, here too, I could have used the stone plugs. Well, not really, because I don't have them with me. So, any more? Excellent. No ore node nearby. Eat some sandwich. Trim those trees. That's what I'm doing, my man. Gotta keep them nice and trim. But warm soft pretzels for myself. Ooh, that sounds delicious, Rolkug. That sounds very, very tasty indeed. Man, I wish I had some. Alas, can't always win. It won't be too long, and then it'll be dinner time for me. I'll be eating some nice beef, and some carrots, and maybe even some leftover wine. Environmentally friendly mining. Fill in your holes. It's true, no? Isn't it the scouts who say, when visiting nature, leave things as you found them. And also, player friendly, not just environmentally friendly, because I've fallen into some of my holes. And when that happens, when you don't have the correct tools with you, that can be that can get really annoying. Or when it's a hole and then it turns out to be slightly deeper, and then suddenly you're running away. You think, oh, I'm almost home, it's almost safe, and then you fall into an old mining hole of yours, and you find yourself in your good old self-murder happen. I'm like, God dang it! Why past me? Why didn't you fill your holes? I do the same thing. I don't want others to fall into my digs. Yeah, I don't want others or myself to fall falling in them digs. Why do all the FBI handlers love this game? I don't know, Rolkrug. Why do they love this game? Welcome back from the ad, everyone. So, Rogrug, why do all the FBI handlers love this game? It looks cool. Fair enough. I will admit, I was expecting more of a pizzazz in the punchline there, but I guess it'll work. Might just give it factual information. Okay, we got over 2.5 stacks of stakes by now. Don't want to get banned. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I gotta be careful with the internet sometimes, especially, because, in the end, the streaming environment is a corporate one, owned by Twitch, Amazon, and all that, and they have their own rules. There are certain things you simply cannot say. I can never go over 3 stacks. It'll do. Oh, I was about to just bleh. Bleh. I was about to just run and jump. Good thing I didn't. Would have been a long way down. So they're finally all fed. For now. For the mechanisms we want to build, we want the sticks. I do believe we have some boards. And now we got some logs. Yeah. There we go. Now, make these. Oh, God. Ah, the handbook is in the way. There we go. Ah, need a new saw, I see. That sucks. Hmm. Holy shit, it's a heckin' Canopzor. Hey there, how you doing? Ooh, to our fortressing. How you doing? Well, hello there, Canopzor. Lovely seeing you around. Hello there, how's the best go of them all? Well, hello everyone. Welcome on in, Raiders. Welcome on in. Hope you all doing well. We are here doing our best to slowly build a thing. Mechanized industry, and that's what. Hey there, Claiborne. How you doing? Hey there, Vituri. Welcome in, everyone. And hello, all the raiders who, and therefore, for those who don't know me, hi, I'm Hanno, son of Hanno, variety streamer and occasionally extremely amateur game developer. On Sundays, which is, well, today, I start my streams by trying to take part in the Trijam, which is a game jam that happens every weekend, where you have, as the name sort of implies, 3 hours to make a game. I made my own, like, iteration of memory, where you have to, like, flip cards and try to match things today. Worked out pretty okay. Yeah, there's Shipman89. Welcome in, Raiders. Other than that, I do enjoy my survival crafters, my colony sims, just like Dwarf Fortress, among other things. Currently, we are playing Vintage Story on the multiplayer server run by the wonderful, the illustrious, the most casual of elephants. Oh, casual elephant. Casual Story. But how are you doing there, Knabzor? How did the fortress go? Was there many sieges? Grand adventures? Great tragedies? Alright. Heavy rain. Winter over yet? It is April. So, winter is very much over here. Here in the south where I'm living. Oh yeah. No sieges ever. They just haven't stopped after the update. Aw, tragic. We did have several visitors from below, though. Oh. Well, that sounds fun. Oh, yes. And bushmeat. Let's get that bushmeat bushy cooked. There we go. And then our fellow might as well get drunk for sustenance. Why not? Let's chug it down his freaking blueberry wine. There we go. And I pull in an all-nighter, so I make sure the crops go in at the earliest. Sometimes that is sometimes a good plan. Also, something has happened with my Windows and or the program I have to let me move the taskbar. Ah, no worky. Oh dear, that sucks ass. Very tragic indeed. I hope you discover the source of the problem and you find a prompt and efficient solution. Now, my dude, what did happen? All right, our saw broke, so we need to go do some drunk foraging. There we go. What did we need for the continuation of this thing into this one? Right, planks and axles. Well, for those planks and things, we will need that saw. What's more, when we have a tiny bit of saw left, I think. Teeny weeny bit. There we go. Finally broke it. Surprisingly durable. Let's hope that works out. And yeah. Do this, we do that. We do this, we do that. What am I doing? Oh yeah, saw blades. Where's that saw blade? There we go. Almost. Get in there. There you go, finally. Took them a while, but they did find the water. Better late than never, eh? There we go, and the last bonk. There we heckin' go. Ooh, 10 stream streak. Nicely done. Thank you, Knapsor. I do appreciate it. Very nice of you to keep on turning up and hopefully having a good time. Yeah, so the goal of today was supposed to be continuing on the workshop, but then I keep on getting distracted by other things. So now I need to stay focused. And at least this is for the workshop. We need the saw blade so we can continue making the missing components. There we go. Bonk. And bonk. New heckin' dirt. So much taking dirt all over the place. It never ends. Bank, 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 indeed, Hazan. Hope you're doing well as well. Here we and oh. See if we can get this to work. Ooh. You know what? Just make no. There we go. Then we need the axles. To make the axles, we needed some logs. Some fats. Need more fats, yo. Well, that's why we got them piggies growing there, so we can always get some more. Excellent. I think 2 should be enough. Shall need 1 more piece of oak. Then it was chisel and hammer and bob. Might as well bring the rest. These can turn into axles anyway. I'm otherwise spectacular except ravenously hungry. Well, as I do understand the feeling. Feeling a bit peckish myself. There we go. Now we got our 2 wood gears. 6 axles. And then we'll need more windmill rotors as well. Start with a few more axles. There you go. I too need to tear into my usual breakfast sandwich and a large amount of sickeningly powerful coffee. Oh, sounds like a good way to be there, my friend. Good way to be indeed. Stick collection, not the most important right now. The pine looks very nice, actually. Do cattails respawn? Yes, Wacky, they do. It's all I know is how to do this. It's all I know how to do, so lucky me. Nice. Now, that's why I keep on collecting cattail roots, and I plant them again to my own little the reharvestable cattail thing. So, as long as the bottom remained, it will eventually grow a new top. Right. Replanting them close to home is the smart move. Yes. I would agree with that statement wholeheartedly. Now, okay, those need to go to the house. Yep. Ah. Heckin' rammed earth, yo. Well, if you eat the roots, they don't regrow. But there's plenty of cattail out there in the world. That's very true. You know, I depend on survival of cattails because I've been eating cattail roots this whole time. Oof. Yep, the roots don't respawn. But you can try to find more. Lurk, food making time. Well, thank you, Hazza, for the lurk. I do appreciate it. Thank you for coming by to say hi. Thank you, everyone. And how would this work like for real? God dang. Their windmill. Their thing needs to move. Alright, that's why this thing was here. Like that. Try not to eat the roots, but I need them sometimes. In that case, I won't eat them again. I'll hunt down food, though I've been having bad luck with the hunting. Oh yeah, I mean, it's they are a good food source, especially emergency food source, because they don't have a spoil rate. You know, so you can have them forever. So they are very good for that one. It just be aware of that. It's also then handy for well, building all the cool shit. That doesn't mean you're not allowed to eat them. Oh, hello there, T-Rex. Lord of Smithing. Why, thank you. So kind of you. Did you plant a few cattails in my base? Well, that is always, yeah, that's good because it's handy for yourself, you know, to have access to more of that, especially then access to more cattails, and as you discover then access to more of the horsetail, because then you can make your own bandages a lot easier. Planted a row of berry bushes near the lake in the back, so hopefully they'll attract wildlife. Yeah, and also the berries are good food as well. I'm starting to feel like adequately, excessively high. How tall is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and then 15. Yeah, I'm okay with that. So these walls don't really need to go quite this far. The entire wall could be one step closer to here, or we have walls here and here. Open spot here in the middle, and then we could have a door there and then stairs. But right now it looks like we're building a block, so let's continue with our blocky ways for a little while longer, eh? Just yawned and suddenly the stream volume was higher. Oh no, Gnabzor, you popped open the ear. Can someone say it can be a little disconcerting sometimes when that happens? You're like, wait, what? How? When? What? Ooh. Pop goes the ear canal. Yep. Well, better that one than, any unfortunate weasels. I'm lost on the crude bow, but I follow the recipe like I should yet nothing. Do you have the bowyer trait? Like, what's your class? I can't make this one, for example, because I'm a tailor. Look at the traits. I have clothier, mender, civil, weak, and kind. So some negatives and some positives. I have more armor durability because I'm a mender. You're a commoner, then I don't think you have any traits. So you can't make any special recipes then. So I can make, exclusive craftables like sewing kits and clothes. Being a tailor. Sewing kit, fine trousers, sewing kit. This is something, that's a new one. In other words, I'm screwed. Well, no, I mean, you just don't do these special things. But you also don't have any of the negatives. Like I have minus health points, negative mining speed, negative on animal loot, and a negative on animal harvesting speed, and minus 10% loot from foraging, which is annoying because, sometimes I find resin and get nothing. You can trade for it, yeah. Absolutely. I'm meaning on putting some more like clothier things like sewing kits and like tailored gambits and armor and so on up for trade. I was thinking if I get a boat done, I'll bring some for the next farmers market. See if I can bring some dyed armors and clothing. Oh, purple dye, I can make that with blueberries? Oh, that's very nice. I need to make mordant, which means okay, alum. That is very true. I did find some, now didn't I? I'll just need to make a crusher. Yeah, well, I got the industry, growing for that one. Should be doable. Give me a quick sec. Oh. There we go. Now, bows at the community center. Ooh, nice. Very nice. I don't think I need to make it much bigger than this, to be honest. I think these extra few are excessive for what I'm going for. At least at this width, and then I'll make a little ledge out and a slightly smaller thing in the middle. Yeah. Rammed earth. If nothing else, it's good for sketching. There's a complex right next to spawn. Ooh, neat. And from here we do a little bit further up. There we go. That'll be interesting. And we're there. So that's minimum for having one of these. Okay, then we'll have a look-see here at having a little walkie ledge, and then probably some chisel blocks outside here for a bit of a railing, I think. I don't know, I do require no naps. I shall have to go. Nice rating you though. Thank you, Knapser. Once more. Also, I don't miss that I have invited you to the stream thingy. I did. I saw it. I have it open on the Discord. I accidentally shared it on stream. Have a good time vintaging. Ta-ta for now. Ta-ta for now, Knapser. I hope you enjoy your noms. I hope that you find them to be quite tasty. No malicious. Wow. I'm starting to appreciate rammed earth, just like I said, for like sketching purposes. Because then a lot of that will be then replaced with, proper materials. There will be a lot of quarrying down, so now I'm happy the quarry mod is actually in here, because now we can do, in a far more sort of realistic manner, a large amount of ashlar. There we go. Broke her toes just a little bit. Nothing to worry about. Now let's see. Put those away. Replace them with that. No. Don't need any of these here. And there's a large chance I'll be tuning in again a little bit, you know, off stream to get some of this done, because tomorrow we have something a little bit more special planned now, don't we? We go to space. Damn new axle. Let's say about getting these axles correctly aligned. So yeah, we'll have to do some shenanigans to make those work, but they should all be quite doable though. Now we should have some, you know, a decent amount of sticks at the ready, plus all the linen we could need to get all those windmills. Winding and milling. And this block here... Nope, that'll go up. That won't work. Nope, shit. We survived, it's okay. It's okay. Survived. Come on. We do two. Be on the sort of safe side here. There we go. There we go. There we go. Nope, I'll probably leave it open like this. Yeah. That could work, that could work. Now let's eat some sandwich. Enjoy the view. There we go. There we go. That was 5. Now let's do 5 more stacks. Hope one full stack of sticks would be enough. And you down. Gee, that was not what I was supposed to do. I made too many. Well, that's alright. Now we got space for more. How many? Actually, there's one extra. Fair enough. How was that? Well engineered. It's coming from the German. Ooh, well, thank you. Well, could the crude door up and a few things choking in the fire pits. I got 3 pits fired up for my clay pottery. Nice. Whoa. Sentry will take some. Yeah. I can put some extra then up on sale somewhere if I have them. But the idea was here to make sure that my industrial complex is maxed out. So 100 kilonewton, 100 kilonewtons. Oh! We'll just not worry about it, and it's fine. Don't look at it, and it can't hurt you. It makes me uncomfortable. But it works. That's the important part. And quick check with these guys. That and resin. Right into OCD. Yeah. Arm's coming along nicely, so they seem that I'm good to go. That's good. Always good to hear. Thanks to making a few ladders, some rope, and digging a pit to run my farm. Just hoping I can trap a few animals using that method. Go on, put one more axle on it. Yeah, I might have to. Yeah. So they'll have to go slightly further out. I do have the axle for it. Now I just need to make one last teeny weeny piece. Close that one, look at this one, look at that one, and it takes a couple of sticks. Come on. There. I still need more fat though. Yeah. One more cog. Then we can have these, attach those, and a similar one on this side. And we'll have this thing fueling 2 more. Impressive. Thank you very much, speed units. It's getting there. And this is, you know, as I said, yeah, this is just a sketch because we'll have a tower, like a fat tower goes that high, and then we'll have a little bit of a sort of a ledge so that I can walk around it, and then a thinner tower in the middle that goes up, and from that protrudes the windmill's rotors. And yes, they will have to protrude one more further out, after all, to make sure the clipping doesn't happen, just because even though it doesn't apparently game engine-wise matter, it matters to me. I don't want to like the way it looks. But the experiment does work. Looks nice. And if we have multiple windmills all around the one rotor, we could see about doing some shenanigans with the gears. You see, having this one, we do one more, of these large ones. We stick it actually beneath this one and have this one spin one of these, which would then spin that large one. And that way we have a sort of a gear mechanism. That could even happen in here or even higher up, actually. You see in the top of the tower there. Aesthetics layers, many levels. Thank you. Yeah, because it is. Yeah, you have like thick tower, and then at the thinner top at the top there, or exactly at the aesthetics and the sort of aesthetical logic behind it. Similar to this one, see, because we have the thinner one that just has the axle and the windmill, and then the fatter bottom which has the quern and space inside it. Except this will be for the workshop, for the more industrial look of it all. Workshop layers, yeah, and then it will be sort of smithy workshop area will be here. There might be a crusher involved. We can have all of that here because the axle can keep on going, so we can then have beneath this one the axle then continuing to feed power to like the crushers and things. Because I've been toying with the idea of having then the stairs here go down, and then we'll have the ceramics workshop underground. Yeah, can you put it on top? I could. The crusher will not finally make it, but I won't. I'll put it in the basement. See, the main floor will be focused on smithing. Ceramics and then, processing the crushing will then be happening underground. That's the plan, at least, so far. It's very much, Theo, thank you for calling it impressive. It's very theoretical still. It's just a sketch in my head. But sadly, I must go walk my dogs. I've had a lovely time today. But it's time for me to also then look for someone to raid. Of course, first I need to opt them out and click snooze on those silly ads. Well, gonna make it to the Quarkstone first. Because we gotta have, good old Quarkstone. Blue orc of industry and coolness. I'll time out. Click that on the snooze. And then we change the scene to this one. Because while I'm having a blast, it is time for me to see who else is out there. Wrong button. There we go. So do we have anyone in the channel? And of course we do. It is, of course, the one and the only Wasteland Puppy TV. A most delightful and fantastic streamer who is also playing on Casual Story, the Elephants of Winter Story server. Thank you all for hanging out. Today's been a good day. We got the game jam done. Game actually works. Not the best, but it's playable, and I learned something. We are making progress on the farms and everything else here in our Winter Story farm. And tomorrow, we'll be doing something completely different. Tomorrow, I start on a brand new grand enterprise, a brand new adventure with stationeers. And we're looking at that. People playing that game, it looks so much fun. And it looks like it's going to be extremely frustrating. And we don't thank you for hanging out. Thank you, Percus. Thank you, Claiborne. Thank you, Carpathes. Thank you, Speed Unit 71. Thank you, Wacky Wayfaring, Shep and 89. And everyone else. Ian Eaton, Stationeers, yes. Oh, nice. Good luck and have fun. Well, that will be tomorrow. You can join in and enjoy the good times. So click the button. We are raiding over the puppy, who's on the same server, currently digging out blue clay. Nice. I wish I could find some blue clay. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out. I do appreciate it. Thank you to all the chatters, all the lurkers, and all those who just wandered on in. I hope you had a good time. I had a wonderful time with all of you, and I hope all of you have a wonderful day. Every day, same to you, Speed Unit. Same to every one of you. Hopefully I'll be seeing you around in the future. And I hope all of you, I'll be hopefully tomorrow, maybe another day. Either way, have fun, stay cool, Stay awesome, everyone. Until next time, my friend. Ta-ta.